to the final game of this split, sadly. I feel like we need a sad noise coming in here. But yeah, final game of this split. Thank you, my actually following, by the way. It is Noxian Crusade versus Solari. We have Troll Zoe with us today, so say hello. Zoe's apparently dead. I'm not saying hello.
I'm not dead. Hello. Nice to be here.
Yeah. So yeah, we have Troll Zoe with us today. And yeah, you excited for this game?
I am very excited. What about you?
I'm excited. I think it's gonna be a really good game. So yeah, just bear me 1 second, guys, and we'll get started. Right, I have returned, and yeah, it's gonna be a good game. As you may not notice if you're checking the stream, I've actually updated the fucking roster sheets. I think might not be in order, but yeah, I didn't know who was which, so I literally just put it in whatever roster order I got sent. So at least the names are correct this time. Yeah, I finally found the time to do it. But yeah, so I think we'll be getting in draft real soon. I'll send you the spectator link, Zoe.
Yeah, for sure.
There you go, sir. So yeah, just getting into the game now, into the draft. Noxian Crusade have started on the blue side, and their first ban is the Hecarim. I believe the jungler for Solari has been playing it a fair bit, and Hecarim can just be a bit of an oppressive champ. If takes Predator as well, just pretty much run someone down before I can even spot him on the ward. Talon Kench ban coming out for Solari. Then instantly the Jinx ban coming back towards...
Crusade know exactly what they want to ban already. They've planned this. They are ready for the finals.
Yeah, they really are. They've definitely planned this in advance. You can tell they've definitely had a bit of a chat.
And the other insta ban, yeah, they know exactly what they're doing.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Then the Victor as well for Solari, and final ban for Noxian Crusade. A certain dominance with the quick bans was actually the Lulu. Extremely annoying champ if played correctly, and can almost carry games if played correctly as well. And the final ban for Solari is the Draven. Another insta lock from Noxian Crusade. As you said, Zoe, they have a plan today, and it is the Jhin that's been picked up. Corki is the reply from Solari alongside the Shen as well. I feel like Shen's grown stronger this patch. Now the teleport has changed. I feel like Shen definitely has more opportunities to gank bot more with his ultimate. I don't know about you, Zoe, but I feel like it's quite a good pickup.
Yeah, he's a top laner that's not actually stuck in an island because he can teleport gank a lane like top laners used to be able to, and then just use the tower teleport to get back to lane. So that is the kind of sexy play that he can make.
Exactly. A sexy play. We love to hear it. The Nautilus being locked in by Noxian Crusade. Going to be quite an aggressive bot lane with that Jhin Nautilus. Going to be quite a lot of CC in that lane. The Cassio being locked in for Noxian Crusade as well, and that'll be their final pick of this rotation. And then the final pick of this rotation for Solari will be the Vayne pick being hovered here. So that will be a Vayne being locked in. Vayne definitely one of the stronger ADs right now. Maybe the shield bow nerf affected her a little bit, but can still opt for Kraken Slayer as well on Vayne, so it's still a pretty strong AD right now, Zoe.
Yeah, for sure. I'm not sure I would pick Vayne myself into this like heavy CC bot lane, but I definitely trust the hands of this beautiful AD carry.
Yeah, definitely going to be an interesting one for sure. Maybe it pulls out the Renegosu, you never know. But the Lee Sin ban came out for Solari there, and then instantly the Nami ban being catered towards Solari. I guess it makes sense, right? Nami can instantly bubble Nautilus if he engages, or the Jhin, and it's pretty useful, especially putting the E damage on Vayne with a with the silver bolts. Can do a lot of damage level 1 to 3. And just overall in general. The Narban then coming back towards Noxian Crusade. That's going to be banned out for them. Against Vink, I think the top laner is. I might be wrong there. But then the final ban of the first game of Ocean will be the Zac being banned out. Interesting. Definitely.
Wait, I just realized that this is Tiras on Vayne, and that's going to be absolutely insane.
I can't say I've seen much Titus's Vayne, so I could be entirely... I could be up for a treat here. I could be up for an absolute treat here. But the Braum being picked up as well, definitely quite a safer pick, I think. I mean, you said it yourself, so with how much CC Noxian Crusade have already, it's not exactly a bad thing right now. The Malphite is going to be hovered though here, so obviously looking to wombo combo this with the Cassio and Nor, and it is going to be locked in as well. Against the Vayne, I'm not 100% sure Vayne will be able to just shred through the Malphite armor, but if they can get enough CC, then it will be difficult for them. What do you think so far, Zoe?
I mean, I'm kind of glad he locked Diego there and not the Sejuani that he was hovering. Because they need a way to kind of dive and kill that Vayne, because it's their most reliant damage from Crescenta Solari.
Yeah, definitely.
But I love both these team comps. I feel like Crescenta Solari has more of a front to back, protect the core key, protect the Vayne style game, while Malphite, Viego, Nautilus kind of want to dive more into the enemy team. So it's two kind of conflicting play styles here, and it's going to be interesting to see.
Yeah, definitely. There were a lot of J4s coming from the chat, asking for a J4, pretty much because 2 are mobile carries. And I disagree. I agree to an extent, sorry. Definitely good. But the Trundle pick is an interesting one for sure, but then the Trundle is also a champ that's very strong right now, I think. Definitely got a high win rate for sure, but that's in solo queue, so who knows if it'll work within a team environment.
Yeah, for sure. Power Spike to Oops Girl and LPM have already played their final.
Yeah.
So you can find that clip on Twitch, so you can watch that game back if you want.
Yeah, we want.
Sorry. To change the stream title.
My bad. I apologise for that, guys. I need to change the stream title. Let me log into CoraL quickly.
We have a professional Pokemon Unite player in the chat here. Welcome, Vaseed.
Just wanted to say that, didn't you? But yeah, talk us through the draft. What do you think?
I think that both comps are very, very solid. They have very conflicting playstyles, like I touched on before, where the Shenbrom Trundle kind of just want a frontline for this Vayne Corki, let them stay back and do as much damage as possible, while Noxian Crusade's win condition really is diving on top of that Vayne. So it's going to be like I said, conflicting, interesting to see who pulls it off better. I love the tank duo of Nautilus and Malphite on the Noxian Crusaders to bring that beefy front line. And I mean, Corki has a little bit of magic damage. I guess he's mixed damage. But otherwise, I'm not seeing as good a damage profile on Crescenta Solari as I am seeing on Noxian Crusaders.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I think for Noxian Crusade, I think it's going to be very reliant on how far ahead they can get the Viego at the Jhin. I mean, Viego is definitely a champ that can snowball extremely hard if played correctly, so it'd be interesting to see how they play that.
It's going to be interesting indeed, and I'm just waiting for the Noxian Crusade all-in wombo combo here with the Malphite ult, Cassiopeia ult, Diego just hopping in and I don't know, doing Viego things on everyone.
Do you think they can pull it off? That's the issue. Can they pull it off? Can they pull off the Wombo?
I mean, this is the Ocean Finals. Of course they can pull it off. These are the current 2 best teams in the Ocean League. and I think we're about to see some amazing plays.
Yeah, I'm definitely really excited. We should be getting into game within about 3-4 minutes. Obviously, we've got the delay. Everyone's locked in now and can confirm it is as you expect. Vink is going to be playing the Malphite, Mo Lord is going to be playing the Viego, Turler on the Casio, Jin is going to be played by Dalaran, and then Mayachi, I think that's the name. If I've said that wrong, I'm really sorry. But that is going to be on the Nautilus. And then Shen is played by Rai Suffix, Trundle being played by Ready XT, Lisk on the Corki, Titus on the Vayne, and then Power Spite on the Braum. So yeah. We're getting into game real soon, guys. So get yourself a drink, get some food, and get ready because it's gonna be really good. Let us know what you think in the chat about the comps. We'll get a poll out, see who's gonna win. Have you got any predictions, Zoe, for us?
I don't want to cast or curse any of them, but like I'm seeing this Titas on Vayne, and I'm getting like weird Vietnam flashbacks myself. So I'm hoping to see him pop off on that Vayne.
Yeah.
And my vote is going to be for Crescenta Solari for the first game.
You have a lot of belief. You have belief in this Vayne. I like it.
I've seen it before.
I like it. I like it a lot.
I'm probably caster cursing the hell out of him right now, but...
Do you know what? To counteract the caster curse, I'll go for Noxian Crusade. How about that? How about that? Cancels it out, yeah? Completely cancels it out.
Teams are gonna lose.
Yep, there we go. There we go. It's gonna be a draw, guys. Stream's over. I'm sorry. But yeah, he's like the #1 ranked Blastoise spinner. We love to see it. Professional. It's nice. Got a pro in our chat, Zoe.
Yeah, we do. But at least it's not a Dota pro this time, playing first timing Lucian.
Who was a Dota pro?
You weren't here for the good old days of the like challenger Smurfs that played in Ocean. And it was like a silver player that first time Lucian, and he went like 30-0.
Oh damn!
And just smurfed on us.
Damn. No, I've tried to play Dota, and holy shit, that is a complicated game.
Yeah.
Like it's just the fact that the secret shops, and I just and the night and day thing, just it is rather confusing.
It actually took me quite a few games to find the secret shop on Dota, and that probably says more about me as a player, but it is.
No, I'm with you. I'm with you. I'm completely with you there, mate. I'm not gonna lie. I'm completely with you. I've been there before, and I was remember I was playing with an old friend, and it was trying to find the secret shop, and they're trying to direct me. I still have absolutely no clue where I'm going. So yeah, no, I'm definitely with you there. Don't worry about that one. So we're getting into game real soon, guys. 30 seconds on the spectator delay, so don't worry. So far, looks like a lot of votes are going towards Solari. So they've obviously got the belief in the Vayne as well, Zoe. So never know. Let's pray you don't cast a curse. I think Titus is definitely praying as well right now. But yeah, someone did mention in chat that the Trundle pick is a bit questionable because he just gets out-kited. What do you think to that? What's your opinion on that one, Zoe?
I mean, how is he gonna get out-kited against two immobile carries on the enemy team?
Yeah.
It's just he just presses W and he catches up to any one of them.
Yeah, I mean, if Trundle can snowball, then he can definitely be a massive threat. And he's got a lot of stats to steal here, right? He's got the Malphite stats to steal. He's got the Naught tank to steal. So like, he's definitely got a lot of stats to steal here, and I think it'll help him sustain a lot better in fights. Be interesting to see which team decides to prioritize objectives here.
Yeah, for sure.
Based on their comps.
And we also have Vayne Trundle, so I mean Trundle's just going to pop a pillar behind one of the carries and Vayne's going to E them for instant gains.
Exactly. Instant gains. We love it. Going to get into game here real soon as it loads up. We have got not too much difference on the rooms, but then Vink has actually opted for the Comet on the Malphite. Interesting one for sure. Just tell me when you're in game, Zoe.
I mean, I'm in game, but it's looking just like your screen.
Yeah.
Everything is black.
Yeah. Lovely caster. Pain. that we like to see. As soon as we're in, we'll pause and make sure we're all casted up. But we'll take a look at the runes in the meantime. First Strike on the Corki. Definitely a good choice, I think, for sure. You're going to be able to stack that pretty damn well. Other than that, and there's not too much differentiation. Lethal Tempo on the Viego. I don't play Viego as much anymore, but yeah, that's definitely one that could be useful as well. I suppose you're auto-attacking quite a lot with his passive as well. I think the interesting one for me is taking the Comet on the Malphite. Do you think it's a good choice here?
I mean, it's going to be an instant hit whenever he Qs Shen, and there's going to be a lot of Qs on Shen, and I feel like that's the way that he can actually like push forward in lane, because he can poke Shen when he goes for minions. I don't know top lane matches that well, but I feel like if it didn't go a damage rune, it would just be a wet noodle fight the entire game. And I think it's not about that. He wants to have fun when he plays, so he plays Comet.
Yeah, no, true. It's definitely the more fun rune to choose there. Sorry, guys, I don't know what's happening with this.
Do we have to like go out and spectate again? Because I feel like this is stuck.
I don't really know what's going on, to be honest with you. Is yours stuck as well?
Yep.
I'm going to switch back over to the draft. I'll just quit. I'm going to quit and rejoin. I might want to do the same, dude. Sorry, guys. Technical difficulties. Bear with us. Oh, wait, we can't spectate now, can we? Because we left. Oh, we can do. Never mind. I'm a melon. Right. I'll see if this
I'm going to have to watch your screen, though, because I don't have any other players on friends list.
Poops. Solari did win the vote, though. Good to know. We're in game. We're in, boys and girls. A little bit behind. So it won't let me go back to the start, unfortunately. A bit annoying. But let me get it all loaded up, all sorted.
It wouldn't be CoraL if it wasn't scuffed.
Exactly. The catchphrase. Can you see my screen okay?
Yeah, I can see it.
Lovely. Right, I'll switch over for you guys and we'll get into game. Sorry about the issue. I'm going to blame Riot. When in doubt, just blame Riot, right? There we go. We're in game now, guys. And we'll start now. So yeah, fortunately, nothing happened in the first 2 minutes, Zoe. Nothing happened in the first 2 minutes.
Nothing happened, and that's good.
Yeah, nothing much is differentiated at the moment. It's going to be an early engagement Taylor here onto Lisk. Going to try to get some damage off, but nothing so far. It's going to be a lot of poking out. Rise Suffix did get the level 2 first on Vink, so just going to look to shove the wave in here, maybe put some pressure on Malphite as much as possible.
I think the happy BMO. He's here to have fun, guys. Gotta respect that.
Who doesn't love the happy B emote though? Let's be real. Who doesn't love it? It's the best emote in the game.
It is for sure.
There we go. There's the comet. There's the comet hitting Zoe. It hits. And there's going to be an engage in the bot lane though, Zoe.
Yeah, we're seeing the bomb shield go up here. We're seeing the Nautilus CC as well. The triple attack from the Vayne here, but the Vayne is taking the majority of the damage here. Jin going for the first shot on the Vayne, but not quite getting it, so hitting it on the Braum instead.
Yeah, I think it's a bit of a maybe miscommunication there.
Oh, but we see a gank coming in here. The Diago managing to hit a stun on the Braum, but the Braum flashes away. And the CC going down the Neve, but he also runs away. But the Trundle is coming in for the counter gank. Let's see where the pillar goes. The Nautilus is getting stuck, but he manages to find a way to get through. But he is stuck between 3 people here, trying to get the CC he can. The Braum also goes down. The Diego is stuck in the middle here, and the Diego goes down. So
are you spectating, by the way?
Yes, I am spectating.
So you're not watching my screen?
Am I ahead of you?
You are very ahead of me. I was so confused. You're not watching my screen anymore. You managed to get the spectate.
Yeah.
Cool, right, okay. I'm on 355, 6. Do you want me to pause?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm here. I'm the same.
354 minutes.
As goes down to the turret.
Yeah, sorry about that, guys. Bit of we're not riot. I'm sorry. But yeah,
We're in sync now. It's
yeah,
fine. We're in sync now.
yeah 410 now. Yeah, we're in sync. Lovely. But yeah, just to recap, Trundle picking up 2 kills already XD, but it's going to be engaged in the top lane. Vink is going to flash away, and it's going to be a flash auto attack from Rice Suffix, and Vink is not going to have fun with that one as he falls down to the Shen.
But the Shen was so low. It was a really close engagement, but
It was. It was.
We see the Braum moving up for some shenanigans here in the enemy jungle, probably just dropping a ward.
Yeah, looking to get some vision here. Viego has been spotted as he's looking to move into his own jungle here just to clear some camps. Vink is going to unfortunately not stop that back as he did use his TP to lane. No sums in the top lane for either of these top laners now. No TP, but to remember, as we mentioned before, Shen will have that level 6 coming up real soon, so does have the advantage of Malphite here. Looks like they're going to start Drake though, a Solari. Good choice, definitely.
It's really just uncontested from Nox and Crusader. The Nautilus are moving up to check in now, but they're not really doing much, so it's just a free Drake for Nox and Crusade. No, for Crescenta Solari. My bad.
God damn it, Zoe. God damn it. Yeah, sorry about the FPS in the corner. It's just an app in the background, and it's just an effort to turn off, so I'm just going to leave it. So you can enjoy looking at my FPS in the background.
Trundle clearing a pink ward here, trying to move in for a gank, but didn't quite get it.
Yeah, unfortunate, definitely.
We're already seeing a steady 1k goal lead for Crescenta Solari.
Yeah, definitely pulling ahead here. I think the majority of the gold is on the Trundle currently, but Dalaran is just beating out Titus on this farm difference, but with this wave coming in, I think he'll just overtake him slightly or just even up the gold lead here in the bot lane. We can take a look at the gold overall on each champ so far, and we can see that Trundle is already nearly 600 gold ahead of this Viego. So the Trundle is definitely snowballing already, which is exactly what he wants, right? So he just getting as far ahead as possible, be able to steal stats and just be an absolute menacing team fights later.
If he manages to do that, he's just going to be a very hard person to deal with. So that's definitely what he wants, especially in this Diego matchup as well. I feel like Trundle is more the farming champion. He just wants to get ahead and stay ahead.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, if any of you played Trundle in the jungle, it's very easy to just keep farming and just forget to back sometimes, because the sustain you have is just kind of outrageous at times. But Molod is just staying ahead of him in farm, just over a camp. Quite pulling it back a little bit now is Ready XD. There's a bit of an assist pin coming in the top lane, hoping to get a gank up there. Don't know there's vision,
Yeah,
but it's going to be good at bot lane.
Here, the Nautilus Q hitting, but the Braum shield protecting Vayne from all damage. And this is just a huge wave that's crashing into the turret now, dealing a lot of damage to the Nautilus.
Really well played by Power Spike there. Really well played. Managed to pull up a really nice shield there at the correct time. Deny quite a lot. Unfortunately, didn't deny the 4th shot, but did do a lot of damage. This top lane is just going to be just back and forth hitting each other. Literally a bit of a wet noodle fight constantly.
But both junglers are looking to get into this top lane now, though. Trundle chilling in the bush, Diego right behind him.
Diego's got over the wall.
Skirmish happening at the same time as the top skirmish happening. Diego went back over the wall, awing over the wall to stay safe, but Trundle is still on the chase, moving into the enemy jungle. He gets spotted in a ward. Just going to take that out, and Diego is looking... No, he's not going for it.
Yeah, I mean, it was really well played by Rice Suffix, to be honest with you. I think engaging onto the Malphite when you saw your jungler is looking for an engage onto the Viego, I think it was really well played. But there's going to be an engage there.
Viego getting caught out here, has to flash over the wall to stay safe.
So Molod is getting pretty much molested almost in this jungle, not being able to really get a minute to breathe, trying to use everything he can to escape. That's his ultimate gone, that's now his flash gun as well. And it does mean that it looks like Ready XD will be able to pick up a free Rift Herald here. There is a Nautilus in the top lane though, looking to gank this Shen, but Shen knows he's here, so I'm not really sure what the plan is right now. Maybe they're trying to funnel gold onto Dalaran here.
Doing a Lossa special with that Nautilus gank in the top lane. But we're seeing Brahma is just chilling in the enemy jungle here, trying to get vision. The Shen almost hits that E, but the Nautilus Q connects the W shield, blocking a lot of damage there, but the Ignite goes down and the Shen is taken dangerously low as Trundle is moving into the lane here.
Yeah,
but
could be dangerous for Dalaran here in the bot lane. Might get a dive by Power Spat and Titas here. They are looking for it.
Yeah, the Broncos in with it, the teleport goes down. The Diego is here as well. Jin gets done to the wall. Vayne is in deep here trying to flash for the kill, but gets taken down before she manages to get the kill onto the Jin. And it's a 2-for-1 for the side of Noxian Crusade.
Who says Unleash Teleport matters anymore, Zoe? Oh, there's an engage at the top lane though.
Going on the Shen, and he can't get out in time. The Nautilus has just been top for the past like 3 minutes, and they finally get a kill converted out of it.
Yeah, I feel like if they didn't get that kill, maybe a bit too much time spent up there. But Rise Suffolk just stepping up a little bit too close and not recognising they're still there. I mean, to be honest with you, who would? He's been there for a long time. But
I mean, they still got a double kill in the bot lane because...
we did. We did.
Because they died then.
I mean, Unleash Teleport who? Like, realistically, Titas just wanted to get the kill, but the exhaust did come through, unfortunately slowing down the damage. Was unfortunate. Does mean that Dalaran's going to get a slight lead. Well, not a lead, but going to get himself back into this bot lane. So really well played there, and a fantastic TP from Taylor on the Cassio. Did really well there. Doesn't mean they're going to pick up Dragon though. It will be the second Dragon of the game, unless Morlord can steal, which I think he's going to back off here. So yeah, definitely really well played, and it does mean that it is going to be the soul coming out here. It's going to be a Chemtech soul, and just what you want to see in the finals, right, Zoe? Just what you want to see.
A potential dive coming in here with Shelly, Braum going in with the ult and the shield, the Quirky Patrick coming in, Dalaran taking a lot of burn damage there. Tita's getting dangerously low from the turret, manages to get taken down by the Nautilus, but here comes Cassiopeia, the flash from Shen, the flash from Cassiopeia. She's chasing Shen, now it's her against 3 people, the 2 people ultimate hitting. She's pulling out what damage she can, but she gets taken down by the Trundle Chomp in the end.
Unfortunate. Turlo hitting a really nice 3-man ult there, trying to disengage from that fight. Did well to pick up a kill on Rise Suffix. But go back to that dive. I think Titus was just maybe tanking for a little bit too long. I don't think they quite recognise who should be tanking there. Maybe like to see a kill going over to him, but picking up 2 kills in the Corki for Lisk is very, very nice. And definitely when Corki does a lot of mixed damage, it's going to be very hard to build against this guy if he manages to get ahead and snowball further and further.
But it's also just Titus was tanking, period. That's not really what you want to see when you have a Trundle and a Braum tanking. Sorry, I can't speak. Tower diving with you.
You had a Shen as well there.
Yeah.
And you realistically want your tanks. I get it, like sometimes it is useful for your ADC to tank if they're behind or they're like furthest away from the fight if you're diving deep and they're at the back. But in that situation there, realistically, I think we needed to see, like Zoe said, one of the tanks taking the damage there. But doesn't matter anyway. Did still manage to pick up a successful dive there. Does mean this Trundle's going to be 3-0 and 3 assists as well. Picked up the Divine Sunderer. Is working his jungle now because he's fallen slightly behind in farm. But it does mean overall on the gold lead, there's going to be a 2,000 gold lead for Solari here, Zoe.
Yeah, and I feel like especially with this rift as well, whoever gets ahead early is just going to have such a great advantage because this rift is so hard to play with. As we see some skirmishing happening here around the empty Shelly pit, the Trundle getting stuck inside the Shelly pit here, the Nautilus Q going in, the Diego going on top of the Vayne, Titus is getting stuck and taken down instantly, the Diego reset coming down, taking over Vayne's body, the Nautilus gets a kill, the Jin ult goes down to slow this Trundle who's trying to W to get away.
Down came the curtain call, but the curtains were closed and didn't manage to pick anything up just yet. Tita stepping up a little bit too close, unfortunately, not recognising that the entirety of Noxian Crusader there to say, no thank you, you are not living today. Penalty pick up the reset, the Viego. It's going to be a dive though, Zoe.
The Nautilus Q going in there, the CC hitting, but the Diego going in a little too deep, getting almost dying to the tower shot there, as we have a small engage in the top lane, but realistically nothing's going to happen.
Wet noodle fight, don't need to see it. Move away, Riot. Move away, direct to camera. We don't need to see it.
We are not interested.
Not interested just yet. No, we are not. But it does mean that the Unleashed teleports are now available for the members of the teams. 14 minutes. If you didn't know, the new TP changes can TP to anything but towers before 14 minutes, and then once it hits, you are ready to go on anything you want. It's a bit annoying, I'm not going to lie. What do you think to the TP changes so far, Zoe?
I feel like they essentially just made top lane more of an island, and they don't really want top laners to be influencing the map as much as they have. I'm not even going to comment on this top lane fight because nothing's going to happen out of it.
Do you not feel like there's a bit more focus? I was talking to an ADC mindset, and he was telling me that a little bit more focus on bot lane now means that the jungler and mid lane are pretty much going to be orientated around that bot lane, try to get that bot lane ahead, because now top lane is an island.
I feel like it's the other way around, really.
Oh, really?
Before, you could really play around the bot side, and you could really implement your top lane and being... Oh, but we see the Braum ult coming in here, and we see the huge Nautilus ult to counter, to disengage, and nothing really happens. Because before you could really play like you could save the top lane's TP to save the bot lane, so that the bot lane was always playing strong side of the map because they could just have like top lane support. But now you kind of have to draft a top lane that can handle his own and a bot lane that doesn't have to rely on the top lane. So you need to put a lot more jungle attention bot lane to actually get that early like advantage for the Drake.
Yeah, no, definitely good point. Definitely really good point. Speaking of Drakes, it will mean this is going to be sole point for Solari now if they can manage to pick it up. It does look like Noxian Crusader are opting to fight this, so do have the better team fight. That is a really nice ult. W, Zoe.
We see the huge core kill going in, but he gets taken down instantly, and we see the entire Nautilus going down as well, going in too deep. The team of Noxian Crusaders is going too deep here, not quite coordinated on a dive attempt, but Diego is trying to go in as well to salvage it, but the dragon goes over to Crescenta Solari, and the 4 kills go over to Crescenta Solari as well, just having the superior team fight right there.
Yeah, really nice package. Fantastically played by Liz. Managed to split the team apart and did really well to just when you know that you're against a comp like Noxian Crusaders that can engage at you any point with the Malphite or the Nautilus, so then if you can assert dominance essentially and be the first to engage with that package, then you can really change around the team fight. Did just that. Gotta give props to T-Tas there as well. Did really well to kite out that fight. Stepped up a little bit too close, but pulled it back and managed to stay alive and do some significant damage there. Trundle is just being a menace at this point. He's tearing it up, and he's going to pick up the Herald here as well. So it's going to be an interesting one to see how Noxian Crusade can bring it back into this game. They do have the Viego and the Cassio, so still can bring it back, right, Zoe?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear your question there.
I was just saying, still, like essentially, how do you think Noxian Crusade can win this game at this point?
I mean, they just have to coordinate their dives better, because the way that they lost that fight was like 2 people were just trying to dive in the vein, got stuck without the support of the other 3 people. Like, if you play a dive comp, you have to be coordinated and you have to dive together.
Yeah.
You can't just split up the team and have a 2v5 with 3 people watching, because then you're just being detrimental to your own team.
Absolutely. Yeah, definitely a massive issue to make sure they can coordinate them team fights correctly. We can see that the gold lead has slightly extended in the favour of Solari as well. It's going to be 3,000 gold now for them. I think realistically, Noxian Crusader are trying to soak up as much XP and as much gold as possible right now. Try to bring themselves back into this game. T-Tas is going to do a little bit of damage to Dalaran, but just going to back off, just pressure him off there. Individually, take a look at the gold again, and there's a significant difference in the mid lane. Wow. Did not realise it was that far. 2.5 gold difference in the mid lane. in the bot lane as well, about 700, so not too much, but definitely the issue is in the mid lane. There's an engagement in the top lane though. This wet noodle fight is turning.
Actually go down here, but not quite. The happy B emote showing that he's not scared, but then Shen just goes in and kills him.
He's not a happy bee anymore. Yeah, he's not a happy bee anymore. He's definitely going to be an angry bee at that point. And Rise Suffix is dominating this top lane, Zoe, doing everything he can to pressure off his Malphite, and it looks like Malphite's
engaging the middle lane, the trundle pillar going up, a lot of damage on top of the Nautilus, but not quite enough to take him down. As Shelly goes down here, and Solari just looking to take this turret down. The Shelly charges, not quite enough damage to take it down. And now both teams are kind of just in a standoff.
Solari have so much poke though, so much poke. The Corki's doing so much damage.
Diego looking to go in here, hits the stun on the Brown, the curtain call comes down. Diego getting stun, taking a lot of damage. The Corki trying to dive the Nautilus, but not quite successful there. The Trundle taking down the Diego. And the team of Noxian Crusade, all of them are so low, but managed to get out safely. Only Diego on the losing end. So it's a 1-for-1 trade in the end, but I think that Solari are going to stick around here to take down the turrets, getting more momentum out of this fight.
Where's the Karth assault when you need it? When you need it, where's the Requiem, Zoe? Where is it?
That was a Karth's quadra kill.
Yeah, it fully was. Natrix is definitely creaming over that one right now and looking to. Definitely would love that one. But no, I've got to give props there to Lisk. There did really well. The Jhin altered and the curtain call came down, but just instantaneously jumped onto both him and the Naut to pressure him off there. And it was unfortunate, didn't manage to pick up any more kills, but Solari definitely came out just about on top. They got the turret, so I'm gonna say they probably just got out on top. Interestingly enough, though, Molo doesn't donate the red buff over to Jhin, takes it for himself. Do you think that's intentional or not? He
wants a jungle diff.
It's a
with the jungle diff in chat.
It's a jungle diff, yeah. It's a jungle diff. Power Spike stepping up a little too far, but we'll spot them out here on a ward. Just denying vision. Both teams right now are trying to pressure off as this Drake is coming up. It will be Soul if they can pick it up against Solari. But Noxian Crusade do have the advantage right now, do have the high ground, as you may say. But Solari want this zone, they're going to fight.
But the Corki package in the middle of everyone and the Malphite, the instant convergence on top of the Corki, but they go through the wall, the Cassie manages to 1v1 in, but the rest of the team are just stuck in the dragon pit and moating and not being able to get out of there. So the dragon goes over to Noxian Crusade, but Solari manages to pick up 3 kills. As Cassiopeia might get taken down as well, the Trundle is on the chase. The trophy pillar going up, but the Cassiopeia is so fast. Goes to throw an ability, the Trundle is unrelenting and chumps her to death.
Nice little cue there from Power Spike to finish off the winner's bite coming out there. Really well played by Solari just to peel off the vein. I've got to be honest, Titus just stood in the back the whole time, just auto-attacking. No one to bother him, no one to do any damage. It does mean it's going to be Baron now for Solari. But really well played, and my lord, did you see that Corki damage?
It was a lot of damage for sure. This Corki has a lot of gold. Already looking at the third item. And the Jhin is dangerously low there. That Braum Q just barely not killing him. But the CC going in on the Shen, the Nautilus CC being insane. But the flash E from Shen manages to get him to safety while Solari takes a Baron.
Yeah, I don't know how this is going to go realistically. The rest of this game, I feel like it's going to be quite difficult for Noxian Crusade to bring this back now, knowing that Solari is so far ahead. You've got the Corki doing an extreme amount of damage, and this is the 2 items that Vayne's just going to get stronger and stronger and stronger, so it's going to be really difficult. I think you need to maybe start looking for picks here to bring this back. What do you think?
I mean, realistically, Solari should just be taking the game here. Because if they play the Dragon Soul correctly, they take down the mid turret and the top lane turrets, and they can establish a ward line like on the enemy side of the jungle, and just chill in the Chemtech cloud for the rest of the game.
Yeah.
And then Noxian Crusaders just can't do anything to catch up.
Definitely. Definitely good. Definitely going to be interesting to see how they bring this game back now. His Corky's 3 items as well, farming really, really well. Almost, 8 CS per minute? 8, 9 CS per minute here, so doing a lot here, and realistically going to be a massive, massive problem as the game goes on. Blue team turret is going to go down, going to be a little bit extra gold in the pockets of Solari here. The split pushing Corky doing as much as he can, really, but looks like a bit of a slow moment in the game. I think realistically Solari's trying to push as much as they can with this Baron.
A slow moment in the game when you have the Baron power play. It's not quite what you want.
No, I mean realistically, like I get the idea. Trying to push down lane, trying to do as much as they can. Just trying to get advantages in every single lane here, but I kind of agree, right? Like you wanted to just use it to your advantage as much as possible here.
Oh, but the Corky looking aggro on the... Never mind, jumps away.
Doesn't have the W though.
Diego is here as well. Might get hit by the stun here. Doesn't have the W, but the flash getting away to safety, dodges the stun. Fires off a warning shot just to prevent them from coming closer. But the Trundle is coming down to support here as well now. I don't think these two top laners have left top lane. They're just chilling up here, having their wet noodle fight.
Yeah, realistically, it's just boring. Not top lane, unfortunate, but that's what top lane is. If you enjoy it, you enjoy it. But if you don't, you don't. It's gonna be maybe a gank here coming from the Brom and the Trundle. No, he's gonna back his Viego. Did use the ult, so won't have that for the next dragon fight coming up.
They're playing it just like they're supposed to. They're chilling in the cloud here. They don't really have any damage though with that duo inside the cloud, but just don't let Noxian Crusade enter the jungle here. As they back away to try to prepare for this dragon, Noxian Crusade is going to have a hard time like getting vision control of this dragon. And it is still soul point for Crescenta Solari.
Yeah, going to be a soul point here, so this Shen is going to be even harder to take down. Likewise with this Vayne, you might take her down, but she's still going to be revived. And I think it did get a nerf this patch. Oh no, was it the Hex Tech that got a nerf this patch? I can't really remember, to be honest with you. Still a ridiculously good soul and a ridiculously good passive to have. The revive just being very, very useful. Might be an engage here soon, Zoe. Both teams are just stepping up for it.
They're both kind of just posturing at the moment. Crescenta Solari actually starting up the Drake, but here Noxian Crusaders are moving in as we see the huge Corky patches separating the enemy team. Vinko's team gets instantly obliterated. Diego trying to go in for the ultimate, but doesn't get quite the reset. And the team of Noxian Crusaders just getting taken down, obliterated by the side of Solari. It's a 5-for-1 clean fight.
Yeah, unfortunate. I feel at this point they just waited too long and played out slowly and slowly. They might look for the end here. Might Noxian Crusade. Crescenta Solari. I definitely think you can. Might opt to play it safe, but I'd hope to see an end here, Zoe, wouldn't you?
I don't think they can push it in 13 seconds. I feel like
you got a Trundle and a Vayne though, right? And then you're so far ahead with the soul. Surely you can.
I feel like the deciding factor in that team
They're
fight
gonna
is
go for it.
Malphite ulting in, and then Corky just splitting the entire enemy team with the package. But here, Noxian Crusaders are making their final stand, but they're getting grouped up and CC'd under the turrets here. May might be going down, Vink going down, and the end from Solari. They're going on this Cassiopeia just to get a couple more kills. They're trying to down the fountain here. Brown getting a little too feisty, dying there, but the first game going to Crescenta Solari.
Yeah, first game going to Crescenta Solari. You predicted right, Zoe. Well done. And that is going to be the first game of the series, guys. Let us know what you think in chat to that one. And we're going to take a short little break before we get into the second game. And we're back, guys. Back with game 2 starting real soon. So Noxian Crusade just lose to Solari. Game 1 going to them as predicted by everyone. We'll go through a quick MVP for game 1. Who was your MVP, Zoe?
I feel like I was seeing some insane Corki packages that game that really like changed the tide of the team fight, because the Malphite would go in and Corki would be like, okay, I guess you're just on one side of my ult and the rest of your team is on the other side. So Lisk on the Corki is going to be my vote.
I've got to agree there. I did think Titus did really well on the Vayne in some fights, just stood us back, but I feel like it was also a props to his team as well. Did really well to push them back and keep them off realistically, but I think I'm going to agree with you. I'm going to give it to Lisk on that one. So congrats Lisk on the MVP for that game. We'll see if Noxian Crusade can bring it back at this game. Going to get into the draft real soon.
I'm wondering what the adaptations are going to be. If they're going to be in a respect balance, if one of the teams are going to change strategy. I can't imagine Solari changing strategy, but who knows? But I feel like, honestly, like the dive style comp didn't quite work for Noxian Crusaders. So I would like them to pick maybe something more traditional or something that they can execute better.
Yeah.
So that they can catch up in this game 2 of the Ocean Finals, boys.
Finals!
Finals!
The emphasis on the F is important, guys. Alright.
Finals.
I'm just waiting on him to ready up. And we're in the draft, I believe, so I'll switch scenes quickly.
As we see the Victor ban coming up straight up, and I believe that was banned the last game as well, and followed by the Trundle ban, really seeing the... I mean, these are just respect bans, honestly, Trundle and Shen coming down, while Solari just banning the same things that they banned in game 1. Yeah, Victor, Tom, Draven, those are the exact same bans. Now, are we going to see a third respect ban from Noxian Crusade?
Maybe banning the Corki here?
The Corki, or if they have some kind of weird pick that they don't want to get picked from game 1. Maybe they banned the Lulu, I know. Oh, the Hecarim. The very first ban, the last game.
Yeah, so the Corki still is available for Solari. Do you think they'll pick it up again, or do you think they'll leave it out?
He played an insane Corki. I wouldn't put it past him to pick it up again.
Diego's going to come back.
Diego making a comeback. On the opposite team this time, though.
On the opposite team. But Diego's just a strong champ in general. Like, if you can snowball and you can get the resets, then he's just so important for any fight. But the Vayne, again.
Vayne getting counter picked.
Swapped over.
We have the Vayne Lulu. They're just swapping champions here. I know there's a League of Legends parody song that's with Vayne and Lulu, so this is an iconic duo. And we have the Jinx counter from the side of CRS.
Now, it was banned last game in the second rotation, I believe. Oh no, it was the first rotation actually. It was the first rotation, so Jinx was banned to being picked up this time.
He's just being very good at these hyper-scaling late-game champions, so I'm not surprised to see him pick Jinx, honestly.
We'll see what Solari pick up in this next pick here. Maybe we might see the Corki return. We don't know. It could be something completely new.
Oh, we have a Blitzcrank locked in against his Vayne Lulu.
What do you think to that one, Zoe? You sound excited.
Looking to really kill this lane. I mean, it's a total mix match with what Jinx wants to do in lane. But I am excited to see a very high-octane bot lane here. And the Lee Sin from the Noxian Crusaders.
No, I'm excited for this one, Zoe. I'm definitely excited for the Lee Sin.
You're a Lee Sin man, so you're kind of a dodge too.
Obviously, I have to be. But the Cassio's going to be banned out against Noxian Crusade here. He's going to be taken away. So no Corki either. No Corki, Zoe. The Corki is gone. Let's see what the final bans are going to be here. There's going to be a Camille banned away from Solari here. And then the Malphite ban is being hovered. Clearly didn't like the engagement. So
I feel like he was just engaging against himself, really, whenever he ulted. But if they want to respect banner because they don't have anything else, yeah, that's fine.
I guess
maybe their top laner is looking to play something that Malphite really loves playing into.
maybe their top laners don't want a wet noodle lane. Maybe that's what it is. He just doesn't want a tank into a tank, but you never know. Noxian Crusade might just pick on.
The Preston special, the Twisted Fate mid lane.
The Twisted Fate is coming out. Caps, eat your heart out. The Twisted Fate's coming out here. Oriana is going to be maybe the return.
Counter. Saving the counter pick for Vink in the top lane. Maybe he's looking to pull out something real spicy.
It's the on. I said the on. I said the goddamn on. Why we want a fun lane, guys? Come on. More than likely, we're going to see Noxian Crusade reply with probably another tank. Just reply with a tank. I'd like something spicy here, but they kind of have to.
This is Noxian Crusade. They don't need no tank. They just go. They have one speed and they have one gear, and that's a go.
It's a Garen.
And they pick the Garen.
It's a Garen. Ooh. I can't remember the last time we saw a Garen in a CoraL game.
We had a Garen main on our team in Season 1.
True. We have a Garen main now. So, Garen Renekton main. So yeah, interesting drafts. What do you think to the drafts? What do you think so far, Zoe? Who do you think wins the draft here?
I'm not the most knowledgeable person when it comes to league games. But I feel like both teams have kind of counterpicked themselves. Because in the Noxian Crusade you have the Vayne Lulu super backline with the Twisted Fate setup, and then you kind of have Lee Sin and Garen just weirdly thrust into there.
Yep.
And on the other side you have the Blitzcrank that's really looking to set up kills without much setup from the rest of the team. And the Jinx in its lane that really just is looking to scale against his Vayne Lulu.
Yeah, definitely an interesting one. People are questioning the Blitz.
I mean, it's good against both Vayne and Lulu, but it's weird for the team and in the team fights.
Yeah.
But I think that Noxian Crusade's team looks more fun. The Garen going in, the Twisted Fate ganks, the Vayne Lulu Supreme bot lane.
Looks very solo queue with a Garen.
Looks very solo queue.
Do you not think? Looks very, very solo queue. But as we saw with the Shen last game, Twisted Fate does have the ultimate TP, so can do a lot of damage post 6, sorry. So could definitely be good to see how they pull it off and if they can make it work. We saw Rise Suffix do a fantastic job in the Shen last game, winning his lane. So we'll see if we can do that again on the Ornn. But I think this mid lane is going to be one to watch realistically, so you can get the better rounds, the better fights really. But yeah, going to be good.
I mean, we have a pretty good teamfight combo between the Orion and the Ornn.
Yep, definitely.
Which the Blitzcrank doesn't quite fit into. We have a very good roam potential for Twisted Fate. They should just be playing around the Vayne again. Well, it's the opposite side having the Vayne, but we should see another pretty strong Vayne in this game, hopefully.
Yeah, you never know. Maybe it could be a switch up, and we might see the Vayne being the damage dealer for Noxian Crusade this time. There's a poll in the chat, guys. Get voting. See you think it's going to win it. And Noxian Crusade going to bring it back? Or is it going to be a 2-0 for Solari? Sorry, my cat is attacking my screen currently. Thank you very much.
She wants to play.
She wants to play. Poppy with
Yumi in real life.
She loves it. She loves it. Spectator delay, guys, unfortunately. Hopefully we don't have the issue of Loading into the Spectre, and that being a shenanigans again, but you don't know. It's Riot's client, so let the cat cast. Right, Poppy, do you want to cast? Do you want to say hello? No? Okay. No, she just wants to go to the toilet, apparently. Okay, that's alright. Oh, she's here. Okay, hello. It's gonna be interesting. But yeah, Ready XT's on the Viego this time, and they do also have the Jinx as well. So I feel like, I don't know, I personally prefer Solari's comp here because I feel like they can just got more carries that can, well, essentially carry the game realistically with the Viego and the Jinx. I don't know about you.
I feel like Noxian Crusade is, like you said, way more solo queue, but they really need to play around the Vayne, because if their Vayne is not fed, then they kind of just don't have anything.
Yeah, very true. There's been an IIR redeemed. Do you wanna say it, Zoe?
I mean, that's a Ioria thing. We can't do it without Ioria.
We can't, but you can maybe impersonate.
I think you're better at that, mate. The British accent and all.
The British accent. What is this bullying? Oh. My cat will do it for you. There you go.
That was not your cat.
Definitely not me. There you go.
I don't even know how she does it. It's like, yeah.
There we go. Oh. So yeah, game 2 is going to come up here.
In just a minute, game 2 of the Coral Ocean Finals. Crescenta Solari against Noxian Crusade. I don't know how many IIRs you've seen, Nolvi, because Ioria does them amazingly. It's chef kiss quality.
Well, definitely worth the 5k points.
I just use my points to be like, why is Troll so OP every time I play, so I get a moral boost. Because I have a fragile ego.
Yeah. Well, you said it, not us. Don't forget to vote, guys, for the poll. Looks like Solari are taking it away with the poll again. So they're clearly the favourites to win.
27 people watching, but only 8 people brave enough to vote for who's going to win this game.
Step up, guys. Come on. We want to see your votes. Be an adult. Cast your vote. No, only 6 people.
Solari with 6 votes to 2.
It is indeed. So yeah, Solari looking like they're going to take it maybe again. That's what everyone's voting for. Going to get into game now. Sorry, game 2, not game 1. My bad.
Pink is going Giga Chad here with the Ignite in top lane, and I'm loving it.
I love it. But is it not just a saying you need to win lane? I feel like that's exactly what it's saying. Oh, it actually worked this time, Zoe.
4, 5, 6.
6, 7. Yeah, okay, and we're in sync. Oh, beautiful. Just what we like to see, guys. It's not scuffed anymore. Don't worry.
I know that Preston is watching and he's ashamed of both these top mid laners going teleport, but the Twisted Fate has a Predator, which I really respect.
Yeah, Viego was Ready XT's instantly pinging the Garen Ignite. I mean, it's a good advantage for him, realistically. I mean, but he's just enticing Garen to dominate lane, realistically, which he might.
But Solari is going for the Blitzcrank invade here, trying to line that Q into the brush, but now he's showing without the Q ready, just watching in here. This is a disaster because Noxian Crusader just stacked in that brush, going in for the Blitzcrank, the Ignite going down, but not quite killing. The Lulu killing the Blitzcrank with the ultimate, but the Garen dangerously low. A kill to Titas, a kill to Twisted Fate.
What is this?
And this is an absolute disaster.
Again!
The level 1 Liz getting another. Oh, but the gold card from the Flash connecting. They're just chasing Titas down.
Titas has no flash.
He's queuing there. He has no flash.
Gotta get it!
And the Q hits, and the Lee Sin hits the Q, and it's a 5 kills for Noxian Crusaders, level 1.
6 kills in the first minute and a half, Zoe. 6 kills! What was that? Holy shit!
That's what we have to see for the CoraL Finals.
Oh
6
my
games,
lord.
the first 1.5 minutes. This is what we'd love to see. This is going to be a high-octane game, I feel it.
I can't believe it. Lee Sin's picking up 2 kills already in the first 2 minutes. It's going to
be a dangerous Lee Sin. And we have a Lulu with 2 kills.
The Lulu carry. But look at the assist on Dalaran. Dalaran has 5 assists, sorry. 5 assists. Is that a support?
Vayne is looking at Lulu now and she's like, look at me, I'm the support now.
Really?
Go back, buy a sickle, just at Lulu farm.
You never know. You'd love to see it. Machine Gun Lulu. We'd like to see it.
But we see the side of Solari here getting the level 2, but yeah, Noxian Crusaders respecting it and backing off so they don't get hooked up, by the Blitzcrank. There's already a 1.7 gold lead in the favor of Noxian Crusaders.
Outrageous. Absolutely outrageous. No Kazan map, you cannot change your vote. I'm sorry, you have casted it. But no one would have predicted that. Bink's getting bullied in the top lane, no?
Yeah, the Garen is getting kind of bullied here. He's on the wrong side of the lane here, but Ornn missing the knock-up and Garen manages to get back to safety.
I feel like that's maybe the reason why Garen does pretty well is because it's quite hard to hit Ornn's abilities on the Garen. Garen having so much tenacity and having the Q as well and the move speed, I feel like it is quite difficult, but I feel like people definitely underestimate how much damage that W clap does.
Yeah, look at this going, the entire spin to win, barely moving, Ornn's HP.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult for Garen. Lee Sin is going to get pinged out, and Lisk is going to engage, but there's another fight in the top lane, Zoe.
Wet Noodle fight in the top lane, and we have a skirmish going in the middle lane, but the Blitzcrank hook hitting the Lulu, the root going down, Miyashi taking a lot of damage, getting smacked by the Blitzcrank, and there's a fight in the mid as well. Oriana and Lee Sin hitting the Q onto the Diego as the Blitzcrank goes down in bot lane, and we have fights happening all over the map. And we have Ornn going in here, hitting the knock-up, smacking the Garen in the face. The Garen is going to win to get away. Not quite enough damage.
The issue now is Garen has to stay in lane, right? No TP, no ability to come back. Does have the passive, however, but no ability to come back and get this wave. So he's forced to stay in lane, and Ornn could very easily kill him here if he gets the opportunity to. So maybe the ignite wasn't the greatest idea, Zoe.
He's just getting bullied by this Ornn. The Ornn W especially. There's some trades happening in the mid lane here. Blitzcrank Hex flashing into the lane, W to catch up. But a beautiful dodge from Turalua there. Managing to get out safely. And the Blitzcrank roam was for naught.
Yeah, unfortunate. Just missed the hook, but it was a really nice sidestep. But I've got to give props to Molo, doing really well in this Lee Sin so far, hitting as many Sonic waves as he can, and definitely doing it justice. And he's making my little Lee Sin heart smile, Zoe.
But the knockup coming in from the Ornn, the W smack, dealing a lot of damage to the Garen. Garen is staying alive, but Ornn is kind of just bullying him. And
do you not feel like you got a bit of deja vu every single fight with this Garen Ornn? He just seems Ornn gets him low, and then he just runs away, and then he heals up. And yet
the same thing happening.
Legit, but there's going to be a TP in the mid lane used by Lisk to try and get back and deny a freeze from Turlo here.
We're seeing a gang come in the bot lane here. Diego is chilling in the brush, but there was a danger ping, so I think that the Noxian Crusader bot lane know about it. The Twisted Fate is moving down. It does not quite have ult yet, but the Blitzcrank is moving away in time. But they're moving in here. As we see Vink dangerously low, just like always in the top lane. But Lee Sin is coming in for a gank here. Moving in behind this Ornn.
Ornn
just
could
walking
ball
it
here,
in.
maybe?
Ornn being the WQ, trying to run away now, hitting the Ornn horn.
Oh, I missed a Sonic Wave!
The Q, the Lee Sin going down dangerously low. Ornn missing his Q, is getting united by the Garen. The Garen came in touch, but Ornn flashes in, trying to get the kill on the Lee Sin. But it was just a little too low damage.
The walk of Ignite from Garen just made me chuckle.
And we see the side of CRS taking this dragon while Lee Sin was chilling top lane. So Solari with the dragon advantage, the early Inferno is going to make all the difference.
The issue I have is that despite the fact that Noxian Crusade came very much on top, in the first minute and a half, getting them kills. Can this Lee Sin carry? The vast majority of the gold is in this Lee Sin. We'll take a look at the gold. 3,000 is on the Lee Sin, and although the Vayne and TF aren't too far behind, TF build up gold very quickly, as we know. But can the Lee Sin use this advantage? Can he carry? I mean, he's going the gold drinker build, but never mind about it. There's going to be a tip in the bot lane.
Going in here in the bot lane, getting hooked, getting stunned, getting rooted, but manages to flash out to safely. Blitzcrank flashes after, but can't get enough damage. Dalaran going and trying to get the kill on Diego, but gets stunned on the wall and stuck between the members of Solari, getting taken down. The Lulu getting taken down as well. The Orianna ult going down on the Lee Sin. The Jinx is happy, trigger happy, going after the Twisted Fate and takes her down for the double kill.
It's just not looking good. It wasn't looking good for Noxian Crusade. Solari threw it all away. Sorry, Noxian Crusade threw it all away, and it's just so unfortunate. Did really well, did Solari though. Fantastic run, but did a fantastic job to just pressure them off. So I think Vink maybe go down here. No, okay.
Vink might be in danger here.
He might be
going in the slow hitting the W slot. Oh, but not quite in range. Garen is going Superman mode.
Does he have the Q? No!
And Owen can't quite get the kill. It is so close.
Yeah.
Orianna is pinging for the Jinx ultimate. But the Jinx ultimate is flying, but it's going wide.
Not going to hit,
because Garen is being a Giga Chad and moving forward in lane. Oh.
Unfortunately.
Oh, the Owen down here.
I missed it!
He missed it! And the Garen with the ultimate taking down the Ornn. What a Chad play.
What's going on?
The Ornn missing the ultimate, the Garen full comboing the Ornn, passes out of position, taking the lane back. As we see the Blitzcrank looking for a hook here potentially, but it's not backed up by his team. The Twisted Fate Predator gold card moving back to the Orianna, hitting some damage at least.
Yeah, unfortunate for the Ornn, definitely, but it's not a wet noodle fight anymore. It's not a wet noodle fight, Zoe. A little bit. It's more of like a soft noodle now.
But we had a kill in the top lane, which is what we like to see.
A solo kill as well. It was a solo kill. We'd love to see it. They're going well so far. Noxian Crusade did unfortunately throw quite a big advantage. But very much still in this game, do have the hyper carry with the Vayne. But this Jinx is looking strong, and T-Tas is 3-1 now, so going to be quite a threat towards a late game. I think this is going to be a good game to strap in for Zoe, don't you?
It's going to be a beautiful game to watch. High octane, fun game, keeping us at the edge of our seats. It's what we love to see in the Ocean Final.
Absolutely. Going to be a lot of damage going on to tail lane and mid lane. More than likely going to push wave and back off.
There's the Noxian Crusader bot lane moving up aggressively in the river there. Maybe to take down Vision. Looking to make a play.
Nothing just yet. Sorry,
Did you just open Discord on stream?
There was nothing. It was a CoraL chat. Don't worry. There's no leaks. There's no leaks, guys.
We see the Garen spinning to winning, but barely touching the health of Ornn. We have Lee Sin coming in for a lane gank here, but we also have Diego chilling by the Tribal, so the Hex Slash going in, the Lulu getting hit by the hook, the Lee Sin flying in, giving Blitzcrank a beating, but the Diego is going in, ulting the Lulu, taking over, slowing the side of Noxian Crusader, the Twisted Fatal going in, the kick landing, the Vayne going down, the T-Tas on the Jinx going crazy, getting a triple kill. The trigger happy is so fast with that passive.
All come tumbling down for Noxian Crusade. It's all come tumbling down, and it's looking like Solari are asserting their dominance in saying that even though you kill us level 1, we're still going to do as much as we can to bring this game back. And T-Tas is really showing his damage this game, really showing he can carry it. And fantastic you played, and this Jinx is going to be a massive threat as the game goes on.
You don't want T-Tas fed on a late game scaling AD carry. That's just not what you want. As we see CRS taking down the second Drake of the game here. And we're gonna see what kind of rift we have. Another Chemtech Drake.
Another Chemtech Drake.
Killed.
I mean, to be fair, it wasn't used as much as you'd like within the last game.
But now you have a Blitzcrank on the team that's ahead. If they played correctly, there's just no way that Nocturne Crusaders comes back from this.
Yeah, I mean, with the Jinx being so far ahead, it's going to be really difficult for them. But, unfortunate to say the least. But you never know. Stranger things have happened. We're not professionals here. Definitely could be a throw, and we'd like to see it as well. But Morlord is just going to clear his jungle for now, and I'm expecting to see some nice kick flashes towards the late game.
Yeah. We started at 7
yeah.
GMT, so it hasn't been that long.
It was scheduled for 7.
Yeah. See some trades going on in the mid lane here. And the Lee Sin chilling in the brush here, trying to make something happen in bot lane, trying to get the Vayne back on her feet.
Okay, going to be a bit more of a wet noodle fight in the top lane, but Viego is looking to roam up and try to get as much to see if he can assist Vink here. Sorry, Rise for Fix.
To his turret. Get spotted on the ward as well. Oh, Blitzcrank ping is always ready. Maybe they're looking to do a 2v3 in bot lane here.
Lee Sin is hovering, so maybe looking for a dive here onto the Jinx. It would be nice, shut Titus down here.
The Shelly going down with 3 people in the bot lane.
The Sonic Web does land.
The Q hitting, not going in. The Shelly taken down too. Oh, but the hook hitting on the Titus. But the ultimate from the Lulu manages to keep him safe. He has an ignite. Is it going to be enough? It's going to be enough, and the kill goes over to Blitzcrank.
So unfortunate. Really nice kick from Morlord as well, managing to disengage as much as possible, but the ignite coming down and just a really nice hook by Power Spike. Power Spike playing that absolutely perfectly, and just when it looked a bit more hopeful for Noxian Crusade to come back, to no avail.
A lot of damage from Lisk in the mid lane there.
I'm excited to see how Lisk plays in this Orianna in the team fights, you know. Played it really well with the Corki. I'm excited to see if he gets some really nice shockwaves up here, Zoe.
Gonna definitely be interesting to see. It can be such a game breaker when Orianna hits a good ultimate.
It really can. It really can. The tower is going to get destroyed in the bot lane. It will mean that Solari have now swayed the goal difference quite drastically in their favour. Going to be about just under 3,000 gold ahead here. We'll take a look individually and we can see that the vast majority of the gold is, as you imagine, on this Jinx. Sitting rather far ahead actually, 3k gold ahead almost, and it's going to be a dangerous Jinx in the late game. What do you expect Noxian Crusade to do to get back into this, Zoe? Do you think they can? Do you think it's going to be difficult?
They can always come back. They just have to play the better macro, and a 3k goal lead is just nothing. Because like you said, we're not pro. If they play better, they come back. But then they really have to abuse the side lanes. They can't be picking fights with CRS with the strong lead that they have. Mm-hmm. And they just have to play smart, play slow, play side lanes, play for picks, establish vision control in like a third. But the Blitzcrank hook hitting the Garen, getting stuck on the wrong side of the wall. But now he and Lee Sin switch his sides. Lee Sin going in for the kick onto Tita. Tita's getting stunned. Tita's getting shut down. Garen getting a lot of money. Molode getting moloed here in the jungle, but the Garen getting stunned. No, the Diego getting stunned, getting taken down, but the Garen is on the chase, chasing Lisk, silencing Lisk, spinning to win and gets a triple kill. Now goes over the Blitzcrank. The Molode is on top of him. The Blitzcrank flashing away. As we have a fight in the bot lane, the knock-up going down, the Ornhorde going down, Dalaran popping his ultimate, knocking him down, but the Orn manages to get the knock-up, taking down Vayne, and now we have the red team taking down this Shelly. Is everything happening at the same time, Hampy?
Now it really gets interesting, Zoe. Now this game gets interesting. Just as we're saying, can they get back into it? Maybe it's the caster curse coming in, Zoe. We don't know. But managed to pick up a few kills there. Garen is really strong now. Managed to pick up a nice triple kill there. Massive shutdown onto Titus. And I got to give props to Morlord there. The kick was phenomenal. Did really well to isolate him from the fight. And the Jinx was just dead the second the gold card hit. Unfortunate hook from Power Spikes. The Garen is not the person you want to hook. Now especially this Garen is so goddamn strong. I'd be interested to see what items he managed to come back with here. I think Dalaran, the fight in the bot lane, just used his condemn a little bit too early. It was unfortunate. If he hit that right, could have been a different story. But yeah, this game's getting really interesting now, Zoe. There's another hook!
The Blitzcrank hook in and the Twisted Fate, CoraL going down, and we see the Diego going in, the Lulu ulting us up, but not quite enough to save ourselves from the Diego dunk. And we see 2 more kills coming down to Solari.
I'm just going to shut up. Every time I talk about the other team does something better. And it's just the caster's curse, guys. Really, really nice hook, and to be honest with you, Power Spikes is really showing that he is good in this Blitzcrank, hitting every single important hook here, and doing really well. Vin could pick up a kill on Suffix. He does with the ultimate as well. He's unstoppable now. This Garen is so strong. Has the Mortal Reminder, as well as a Stride Breaker. Looking like he's opting for the Berserker Greaves as well, so this Garen is going full on damage, but he's also in trouble as well. Does he have the TP? He does not have a TP, actually. He has a flash.
He's trying to cheat a recall, but the Jinx champ is going out. He's stuck between 3 people now, and just CC chained to death. There's nothing he can do, and Titas gets a big shutdown.
See, could the Garen not just wait in the bush, and then when they come towards, QW flash over, instead of trying to cheat a recall there?
He could, but I mean, we're like gold plat players. We're trying to go for flashy plays.
True.
Not necessarily the good plays.
True. Trying to go for cheese plays, what we like to see. Titas getting a really nice shot down there. It's going to be a nice 650 gold in his pocket, and also the turret is going to go the way of Solari as well. The gold lead has stemmed a bit more evenly, only about 2,400
going down, but going wide. The gold card from the Twisted Fate managing to stun later. Everfrost rooting 3 people as well. Nothing really happening here as both teams just retreat to safety.
Did have to use his flash though. His flash away from the Blitzcrank hook. Power Spike clearly showing that he's a threat anytime that hook is available. So it'll be good to see how Noxian Crusade replies to this. Maybe they can get an engage. Molord is hovering, looking to get a hook. He's going to be spotted out on a ward though. He does have the Rift Herald as well, so I think they're looking to pop this mid lane. But nothing's happening just yet.
Nearly missing.
Hulk just nearly missing again, unfortunately. But Lee Sin is looking and he is praying and he is trying his best to get any angle he can. One thing to notice is that the vast majority... Oh, never mind about that.
Is absolutely caught up and cannot do anything. But the Blitzcrank hook hitting! Insane hook onto Tyrellur, giving Titus another kill.
Power Spiked is showing he is a powerful man on this Blitzcrank, and he is doing absolutely everything he can to tell Noxian Crusade you are not allowed back in this game. Hitting every single important hook. Can he hit another one? He does! He hits another one, Zoe! And Dalaran's going to fall so quickly to Ready XD.
Aaron is here on the flank and he's mad. He is spinning on top of this vein, dealing a lot of damage to Tita, but the Tita's flashing away, the Blitzcrank going down. But Titas is just too strong. Vayne can't do anything. He goes down as well to the Lee Sin.
Really well.
Titas is just so ahead right now.
Really well played by Ready XD to hold the Q there as well. Waiting for the Garen to flash over the wall. Ready XD is going to look to engage back onto the Lulu, but unfortunately nothing's going to happen. But, I mean, Titus is just getting free reign again. We saw this last game, Zoe. Like, just every single fight. I mean, it's difficult with the Jinx. Garen engaged onto the Ornn, I believe? No, it wasn't the Ornn. It was the Blitz, wasn't it? It was the Blitz. Engaged onto the Blitz, but realistically, you want to see him going onto this Jinx, right? If you can keep engaged on it, keep on her, then it's just going to be a dead Jinx. But it does mean that Baron should go the way of Crescent's Solari again. Maybe we can see a nice little cheeky steal from Twisted Fate. No, to no avail. Hasn't happened, unfortunately. That's going to be another Rift Herald going the way of Solari. Maybe they can use it a bit more to their advantage this time, Zoe.
It's an 8k goal lead already to Solari, and now they have the Baron just in time for their Soul Drake. So I'm hoping they manage to push the momentum here properly.
Unfortunate.
Already in the enemy jungle trying to clear vision. Noxian Crusade don't have any kind of vision control over this Drake.
It's unfortunate for Noxian Crusade starting so well. Vink is going to try to get this tower in the top lane.
Yeah, Vink is chasing this Ornn, spinning here, using the whip, spinning to win top of the one, but it barely deals any damage.
Jinx is coming though. Jinx is here.
No, Jinx is moving
Back in towards the Drake.
Dragonflight.
Smart move. And that's another hook!
Another hook hitting on top of Turelure.
Mad Life, eat your heart out. Who are you, Power Spite? Who are you? Tell us. Titus is going to get engaged on.
On top of the Titus. But all not dealing quite enough damage. Titus is shredding through Vink on the Garen.
Unfortunate. Unfortunate to say the least. Unfortunately not going to pick up the kill there, but it does mean it is going to be soul point going to Solari. That is another Chemtech soul. And with this Jinx and this all, and to be honest, the Blitzcrank as well, you said it yourself, so I do not know if Noxian Crusade can bring this game back. It's going to take something ridiculous.
Another hook onto Dalaran.
He just wanted to flex. That's all he wanted to do. He just wanted to flex.
I'm telling you now.
Oh, he's just flexing at this point. He's literally just flexing. No way.
He's chilling alone in the enemy Chemtech fog. Just chilling with the hook.
Power Spike is my spirit animal. Definitely my spirit animal. You are playing this fantastically, and definitely going to be any problem realistically second any of Noxian Crusade group up here, no matter if they're in the Chemtech fog. And realistically, the person you don't want to hook is the Garen. But even so, it doesn't fucking matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Never mind. I stand corrected.
Diego taking over the Garen. Oh, but Titus is just shredding through the entire enemy team.
I stand corrected. I stand corrected. I am sorry. I apologise. But never mind. Titus. Oh, there's a surrender.
The surrender going down.
Wow. Oh. That escalated quickly. A 23-minute game, guys. 23 minutes. Very, very quickly turning this game around. And wow. Just wow. So it's getting interesting. It's getting interesting.
27-minute game. 41 kills.
Mental. Absolutely mental.
Like to see.
23-minute game. 23 minute game and 41 kills. That's like 2 kills a minute. Oh my lord. There was a interesting game to say the least. Well, definitely one to say the least. For all you stat nerds, I did click off, but Jinx did 25,000 damage. Just to let you know. 14k above the Ornn. Above the Garen, sorry. So if Garen did 14, Jinx did 25. So yeah, definitely a big one. I was going to ask you your MVP as Zoe, but I think we're both going to agree who it is here, right? Yeah. I think we can all agree.
The thing about Power Spike is he just Power Spiked the entire game.
Yeah, really did. Power Spiked, you are the MVP for game 2. Can Noxian Crusade do a reverse sweep? Can they turn this around? Can they bring it back and turn it into a 3-2-5 game fiesta? We'll find out in a minute, guys. We're going to be back in a second. Let's have a little break. And we are back, guys. Ready to go, I believe, in a second. I'm going to get in with Game 3 coming up now. We'll just get the draft started in a second for you guys. And yeah, we'll see if they can bring it back. We'll see if Noxian Chris can do a reverse sweep here. See if they can manage to actually bring this game back. We'll never know. We'll find out.
Weirder things have happened in CoraL.
Weirder things have happened for sure. Going to get started on the draft now. No, that is the completely wrong browser. I apologise. No, it's not working either. I'm confused. I'm sorry, guys. Bear me a second. There we go. We're in. I apologise for that, guys. Anyway, banned. Crescente Solari have banned the Victor, the Tahm-Kench, and the Draven. We've seen the Trundle being banned, and the Shen and the Hecarim by Noxian Crusade. Pretty standard bans from the beginning, so yeah. The Xayah is being hovered and will more than likely be picked up for the side of Noxian Crusade. Oh, and it's going to be the Kai'Sa. The Kai'Sa is going to be picked up for Dalaran. It's going to be locked in for Noxian Crusade. See if he can carry it with, I think it's the AP build, which is primarily the stronger build on the side of Kai'Sa right now. Correct me if I'm wrong, anyone. We'll see what Solari reply with. Is it going to be the Jinx again? Is it going to be the Jinx? We're going to see it locked in. It is going to be the Jinx again for Titus. He's going to lock it in, and rightly so. Did a fantastic job of carrying that last game. Did really, really well. Paired with Power Spat and the Blitzcrank, did a fantastic job. Which is still available, but maybe opting for another hook champion this time. And it is going to be a Nautilus this time. A bit different, but if you can hit hooks on Blitzcrank, you can hit hooks on Nautilus. We never know. But Leona is going to be locked in to counteract that. Definitely looking to engage if they hit level 2 first. Not sure on the jungler just yet, or if it could be a mid laner, but he's going to be hovered. Xin Zhao is being hovered, and the Zed, so we'll see who he just has to pick up there. It's Zed.
Both these bot lane combos can actually be very, very impressive, so I think it's going to be a very interesting high-octane bot lane.
Doesn't Nautilus outscale Leona, or am I incorrect there? You held the support main, sir.
I mean, it depends. I mean, he gets tankier than the Leona does, but they both have like equal amounts of CC.
For sure. It'd be interesting to see where this Zed goes. If his Zed is in the mid lane or is in the jungle. We've seen it in the jungle before, the Zungle coming out. Volibear is going to be locked in for Solari. More than likely we'll see him top lane. Could be a jungle flex, we'll never know. So it's good to see that both teams are using the advantage of flexing here. We'll find out and see. But the Malphite's going to get banned away from Noxian Crusade, as is the Corki for Solari. Cassio is going to be the final ban for potentially Solari's last game. We'll never know. For this split, could pick up the win here. We'll find out in this game. See, the final ban is going to be for Noxian Crusade. Maybe expecting banning away another engage like the Orianna. Banning away essentially the majority of what Lisk is playing right now. He's playing it for both his champs have been banned away, Zoe. Yeah,
These last two bans just respect banning Lisk, the two champs he's been playing this series. It's going to be interesting to see where this set is going, because this set might potentially be going to Lisk, as we see the Akali being picked up from Solari.
Yeah, the Akali is going to be locked in away, and it's going to be going over to Lisk, of course, on the Akali. It could be an Akali top for all we know, but more than likely going to be Akali in the mid lane. The Scion is going to get picked as well for the side of Noxian Crusade. I'll find out who they're going to pair against this Akali in the mid lane. Hovering the Silas currently. Could find out, could be that, but we'll never know. The Veigar's also being hovered. So every champion in the game is being hovered right now, to be honest with you, so I'm not really sure, but it is the Veigar that's going to get picked up for Noxian Crusade, looking to scale infinitely into the late game. So yeah, see the Go on, sorry.
Meaning that we have a set jungle.
It is a Zungle. It is the Zungle. Good to see. Good to see the Zungle. I feel like he's definitely more of a solo queue pick though, right? Not something you see as common. But it is going to be a Malzahar, so it isn't a Carly top, or maybe Malzahar top. We'll never know. We'll never know. Who do you think it's going to be?
I think it's going to be a Kali top, Malzahar mid lane.
Yeah, Volibear jungle. So it was a flex pick. Good choice.
Yeah. I kind of like the sub jungle pick though, because like Kaisei is going to be very emphasized on AP damage if he's going the meta build. Veigar is very, well, only AP damage, and they're kind of missing that AD carry potential, the AD damage healer carry. And whichever lane Zed goes to, there's going to be great CC for him to walk into the lane and deal damage. Because he can just walk into with the Cyan Q, the Veigar stun, the Leona stun, so he doesn't need much setup himself. So I think it's potentially a great pick, going to be able to deal a lot of damage.
Yeah, especially if you can shut down this Jinx as well, right? Like you said, like they do have a lot of hyper carries on the side of Solari with the Jinx and the Akali, but I feel like Zed's solo going to be targeting this Jinx, and the good thing about Zed jungle is he can establish a lot of creative pathing as well with his shadow. Very easily be able to just avoid vision and just hide in the shadows. Pretty fit into Zed realistically. But yeah, very easy to get some interesting ganks off, so it'd be good to see how they play that this game.
On Crescenta Solari, we have kind of more of a front to back style again, I guess, with the Nautilus Volibear being able to protect the Jinx and the Malzahar. We kind of want to chill in the back line. Some decent engage. The potential assassination from Akali. I really like both these team comps. I feel like they're pretty well rounded, honestly.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree. I think it's just going to be a case of who plays it correctly, really, and who plays the team fights better.
Yeah, for sure. I really like the dunk potential from Solari's team. But also like the assassination potential from Noxian Crusaders. Like you have the poke from the AP Kai'Sa, the long range engage from Leona, the assassination from Zed and Veigar. It's gonna be a spicy game. I can feel it.
Yeah, definitely. We'll get a poll going in the chat for you guys. See if you think Solari are going to win the 3-0 or whether it's going to be the start of a potential reverse sweep. We'll find out. So there you go, guys. There is a poll in the chat for you guys. Do a 2-minute one. And there you go. Feel free to vote away, guys. Feel free to vote away. See if Solari are going to win the game 3 and just fully sweep, or whether it's going to be a reverse sweep coming in for Noxian Crusade.
Like we said, we've seen worse things happening. The reverse sweep is definitely still possible.
We have seen worse things happen. We definitely have. I mean, it's CoraL. At the end of the day, we're not pros, so anything could happen.
I remember one of our games where we lost 2 games in a best of 3, and we still won the series.
I apologise, I am back. My cat was just being a pain, so I had to leave.
Yeah, that's fine.
Oh, what are we talking about? Oh.
I was talking about the time when we went... well, we lost 2 games in a 3-game series, and we still won the series. So we haven't seen worse games happen.
We have seen worse things happen. We've seen crazy things happen, and I guess it's very dependent on which hyper carry can get the most fed right. You've got a lot of champs that can definitely carry this game, and I definitely it's very reliant on which one can just be the leading force and be the driving force for either team here, whether it's the Kai'Sa, the Zed, or the Veigar, or the Jinx or the Akali. We'll find out soon, guys, at minute 40 on the spectator delay, so we can get into game. But the votes so far pretty significant. Looking like Solari are taking only one vote going to Noxian Crusade currently. So they still have a believer, Zoe. They have someone believing.
Imagine the odds on that bet. When they pull back the reverse sweep and this lone guy gets all the money. He's gonna be rich.
Steve-O contributed 50 channel points, so you never know. See, I don't know who contributed what to what, but we'll find out anyway. But yeah, it's going to be interesting. Do you think Noxian Crusade can bring this back in reverse sweep?
I think they've drafted a comp that can really make the carries' lives on the side of Crescent Solari a living hell. Imagine being a Zed Jinx, and in a brush you find a Zed Veigar and a Leona. And from the distance you see the Kai'Sa W just homing in. It's not going to be fun.
No, definitely not. Going to be interesting to see if they can manage to realistically win and start the reverse sweep. We'll find out, guys. But shame there's no Blitzcrank this game, but there is an Nautilus at least, so there is some hook potential, Zoe. There's some hook potential.
I was about to say something really inappropriate there, but I
No,
control myself.
It's fine. It's fine. Go ahead.
Now we're live on Twitch. I need to act professional.
Well, CoraL, why don't we have a professional?
Or at least don't want to get us like demonetized. Oh, maybe we're not actually making money. Never mind.
Yeah, I mean, Atomica casts, and you know, it's Atomica. I'm pretty sure.
We're actually talking about like Nazi World War II leaders at some stream, and it got taken down because of hate speech or something.
Was Atomica was Atomica casting?
Yeah.
What a shock. Sorry, Steve-O, but you are the culprit, realistically. Are we in sync? I'm on 11, 12, 13.
Yeah, we're in sync.
Lovely stuff. Into game. And here we go, guys. Going to see if I can get a nice little 3-0 win for Solari here, where the Noxian Crusade can start to bring this back and reverse sweep this series. Looking like the vast majority of Noxian Crusade are going to hover on the bot side. Zed is going to actually opt, and they're going to do point defense here, as will Solari as well. So, unfortunately, there's not going to be an interesting level 1 as there was last game, Zoe.
I mean, we're not going to have an ace level 1.
Oh, but there is a
I feel
Scion.
like we're getting a bit kind of picky here.
Scion is in the bot lane. Vink is doing what Neil tried to do against LPM. Yeah, very, very, very cheeky. We've seen it happen quite a few times in a lot of games, realistically.
Oh no!
So we'll see if we can pull it off. All depends on which way Titus and PowerSpike decide to opt to move this game.
They are really looking to put Titus behind this game. Already putting their top laner in bot.
I can't blame them, to be honest with you. Titus was the driving force, despite the Blitzcrank hook last game. Like, he was the primary damage source. I mean, we saw it on the stats. Like, Titus is 10k more damage than anyone really. But I don't know if this is going to work, because they've opted for a bit more of an aggressive way. Have Titus and Power Spites, but Scion is sitting there. They're cute.
Oh, Titus getting hit by the flash. It's done from the Leona. It starts going down.
It's the first blood!
On Jinx. The money going over to the Kai'Sa.
Wow, it worked. I'm surprised.
Don't worry. Titus gotta be tilted now.
That is so
Titus
cheese.
Is a person that can get tilted quite easily, so maybe that was like the deciding factor in this reverse sweep.
Maybe just bully Titus as much as you possibly can. That was very cheese, but it somehow fucking worked.
If it works, it works.
Yeah, true. If it works, it works. Absolutely right, Zoe. And it did mean that they're going to manage to pick up the first blood and perfectly going towards Dalaran this time. So the correct person to go towards here. I'm not really sure the build on Kaiser at the moment, but he looks like he's going towards Dirk, I'm assuming. But I know you build Crown or Nash's maybe if you're going for the AP build. So I don't really know what you build nowadays on Kaiser, what the best build is. If you know in the chat, please let me know.
I just know the crown build for Ezreal. I don't actually know what Kai'Sa builds.
I think there's a crown build for for Kai'Sa as well. And
I just don't know what items.
Yeah, me neither. I assume if you're going to go crown, you go the Nash's crown build, but I'm not an ADC man, so I have no clue to be honest with you. So let me know if you guys know in the chat.
I just play with ADCs. I don't care what they actually build, as long as they're dealing damage.
Yeah. A true support, sorry. A true support. Maybe Zabatar will build something stupid one day and make you cry.
As long as he's dealing damage, I don't care. But the Q hitting on the Akali here, just a bit of trading happening. Oh, I apologize, people. But we have a gank going in here in the top lane. The Ready X on the Volibear moving in, the stun going in, the flash getting connected anyways. The Q stun dealing a little bit of damage. The emote spam coming in from Vink. He's chasing Volibear out of lane here. This is his turf.
This is Sion's turf. He does not want to be bullied. And yeah, did manage to get a flash away from Vink there, so maybe expecting another gank from Vink coming up real soon to try pressure him off and get an early lead to this Akali. If he can get this Akali fed, she can definitely carry the game. But I'm expecting as the game goes on, Vink to just become essentially unkillable. You never know. If it's a Chemtech Soul, which I would quite like to see, then... on the Sion? Really? That'd be fun.
No, we can't have 3 Chemtech Souls. I'm tilted enough from 2.
Hey, in our games we had like 3 Cloud Souls, no 4.
Yeah, but Cloud is fun. Like, Chemtech is just anti-fun.
Yeah, true. Very true.
It's so easy to play with, and like it changes the entire ward scheme on the map.
Yeah, it's annoying as well because the objective timers don't show what the one is now because of it's a Chemtech, so it can't be a Chemtech Soul.
Oh, that's amazing. That made my day so much better already.
Not going to be a Chemtech Soul. Might be a Hextech though. Could be one of the new ones still, or could be one of the OGs. We'll find out as the game goes on. Who do you expect to play around this Drake here?
I mean, I've seen Solari grouping up for the first Drake every single game. But that being said, the bot lane here of Northern Crusade is actually the one with priority. So they're the ones moving with the Drake now. But Volibear is around to contest. So we might see some early skirmishing going around the Drake here. The Nautilus is moving, the Jinx staying with the wave. Never mind, the Jinx is moving as well. As we see a sandwich coming in from Solari here.
I feel like Titus is giving a big wave then, the bot lane. Not sure whether that's fully worth it. He's going to pick majority of up. Can he get the cannon? I think he might have got the cannon with the Nautilus. Maybe the right call there, moving back towards the wave, try push it out, try get the priority so he can move for the Drake. Ready XD is bot lane as well, which means he can try contest that dragon as much as possible if the Zed tries to opt for it as well. They are going to move for it now. There's a fight in the top lane.
They can get here in the top lane. The Q is and Sion is going to walk under turret, and I don't know what he's doing exactly. The Akali flashing. Is Sion not going to be able to catch up to her?
That was a interesting solo kill, to say the least.
Did he think he was under the wrong turret or something? Oh, we see a death brush happening here in the bot lane. And then Leona Q going down, the E going down, the Nautilus just disappearing. Another kill. No, the first kill to the Zed.
Again, that's one of the carries you definitely want to have it on realistically. Another kill going over towards Noxian Crusade. Started with an early lead in the second game as we saw, but then did unfortunately throw it, so maybe they've learned the lesson here, Zoe.
I definitely hope so. I'm looking forward to seeing the potential reverse sweep. I'm sitting here till 1 a.m.
I'm missing the football for this. Guys better be
Oh
happy.
no!
Yeah, no, definitely going to be an interesting one if they can manage to get the reverse sweep on the go. I think he's despite the
Go in here.
despite the walk on the tower, it would have been a good kill. It would have been a really nice solo kill. Interesting to say the least, realistically.
Oh, but we have a DC.
I'm going to assume there's pause coming out. There we go.
So what I was thinking though, are you missing football or are you missing football?
What do you define as football?
I mean, there's two definitions of football.
No, there's not. No, there's not. There's only
Where are you
one.
from?
Yeah, but the correct one. I'm from England, so I think we know which one I'm talking about. And the only one.
Do you know why it's called football in America?
No, but they don't use the feet very often, so that's.
No, but the ball is exactly 1 foot long.
That's just a complete retarded way, in my opinion. And I'm sorry to any Americans, but you are completely wrong. It's, football, if you call it soccer, I'm going to... No. Do you know why it's called soccer, Zoe?
I just know it's the Swedish word for sugar, but
I did not know that. I did not know that.
why is it called soccer, Hampy?
It comes from the use of... Like, wait, I've forgotten... I'm going to Google it, so I've forgotten.
No, I play American football myself, so I'm a little bit biased, but even I call it
American football,
and
see? Right?
Soccer is football.
You see, right? Right? It's exactly the same. I don't know whether... I don't even know. Apparently, the Brits coined the term soccer in the late 1800s, but was interchangeably known as football mainly, which was the favoured term. So did we start it? Did we start the beef?
You started the beef with yourselves,
Apparently.
and then came the American Civil War, and it didn't actually start over slavery or any shit like that. It was like, do we call it soccer or do we call it football?
I've got to say, I don't know if you can link Civil War to football or soccer. It's a bit of a stretch.
I mean, this is just confirmed now.
Confirm live on stream. Love it. Oh, I don't know how long this pause is going to be. I'm really hoping it's not very long, but there's a DC and doesn't look like they're coming back anytime soon. So this is interesting.
I'm guessing it could be like the proper Englishmen, the fine people call it soccer, and it has some kind of Latin meaning or whatever. And then the plebs who actually played it just went like, but we play with our feet, so it's called football.
I just want to know where the term soccer came from, like why that word was invented.
Probably some kind of like old...
Oh, okay, so linguistically, creative students at the University of Oxford in the 1880s distinguished between the sports of rugger, so rugby, and a soccer association football. The latter term was further shortened to soccer. The more you know.
Very interesting.
Realistically, no one cares. Football's the correct term. Everything else is wrong. Right, there we go. Can someone join call for a sec?
No, for a sex. So about 2 minutes.
Okay, you entertain the stream, Zoe. Actually, you need to jump in because I'm on. I'm streaming, so you need to jump in. If that's okay, please.
I can jump in. Just gotta find my way there. Am I a mod? Can you drag me in? Because I don't think I can actually hop in.
Yeah. Where am I going? Noxian Crusade.
Yes.
Right. I don't listen to the stream for a while. Why do we talk about football? We're talking about the correct terminology, whether it's soccer or football. This was the conversation. All right. I'm British, so I'm very biased. Okay. I'm sorry. But anyway, on to esports. LEC and LCS start tomorrow. Woo! Is everyone excited? Because I'm very excited. I think it's going to be interesting. Hopefully, can find out what the hell's going on with this game. Hopefully, Zoe finds out. I might have to drag him back in. Sorry,
And can you mute us on stream, bro?
Yes. Bear with 1 second, guys. Right, guys. Apparently, we're back. Good to know. But does mean that we're going to have a short delay until it is fully back. So, in the meantime, I was talking about Zoe. Are you excited for the LEC and LCS to start tomorrow? Or are you not bothered?
Honestly, I'm not bothered, really, because
Boo.
I don't watch a lot of sports.
But it's esports.
Or esports, because well, I don't like the idea of watching it, really. And when I've been watching LEC, it's mostly to follow people that I think are cool.
Yeah, no, I get that. I completely get that. I feel like the vast majority of people who follow like LEC and LCS pretty much follow players rather than teams.
Yeah, and so I used to like Fnatic a lot because my favorite people were Broxah, Bwipo, and Reckless.
Mm-hmm.
And now Reckless left. Bwipo's been treated like so weirdly by Fnatic, and then he got booted. Broxah got the NA retirement plan treatment. And I feel like I just don't have a reason to watch LEC anymore. Because all of my favorite people are not in it anymore.
True. But there is some good new rosters. Just you had massive changes, to be honest with you. Like, just huge changes. Like G2, Fnatic, just all the big teams. The Vitality Super Team as well, which I personally think is going to flop. I feel like sometimes you try putting too many good players in one team, like, and just putting them in together. It's kind of like if you put all the best players in the world in a football team, it doesn't mean they're going to gel well together. So I don't know if it's going to flop or not.
Because they might all have the star mentality, and they all try to carry, and it just doesn't work.
Exactly. So I don't know if that's going to work, but it's going to be interesting to say that it's going to be a good one. I think the LCS is cool now, to be honest. Now Bjergsen's back. Who doesn't love Bjergsen? Let's be honest.
Yeah, Bjergsen is a cool guy.
Exactly. Bjergsen is a very cool guy. So I think it's going to be interesting to see if Bjergsen can bring it back. But yes, I see you in the chat being a fan of Flacken and Targamas. Yes. Don't really know too much about him. To be honest with you. Very new to him, but judging from what I've seen,
and we have an unpause going in.
But we're finally unpaused, guys. We're finally unpaused, guys. Oh wait, player over Zoom.
And we're gonna have to wait 3 minutes.
Yeah, spectator delay. Yay. Well, never mind.
We can keep talking about random stuff.
Yeah, true. But Bwipo's in the LCS now as well. Team Liquid have a very, very, very good team. So you can watch LCS at least, so
It would have been amazing if
we're back.
Broxa and Bwipo were both on Team Liquid still.
Yeah.
Then I probably would have watched it.
I don't even know where Broxer is now.
I don't know either. He got booted off Team Liquid.
Yeah. Oh, it's going to be an engage, right?
Engage from the side. The ultimate going down. Akali can't do anything to stop it, but the Volibear is going in here to stun and have revenge on the Zed. But the Vigar is also here, ulting the Volibear, and the Zed gets away. What an amazing play from the side.
66 HP. 60 HP. Just like to say, 60 HP. But really well played there. The Zed is now 2-0, so maybe the pause was a secret plan all along to plan their comeback, Zoe.
Plan the exact steps that they had to take to pull off that dive.
Exactly. They fully figured out a 10-step plan.
Yeah.
They fully figured it out. But there's going to be engaged with the Vink in the top lane.
No, but the Akali is going in here. The Lich is here as well with the Malzahar. The dodge taking down the Scion.
Vink is maybe he's doing the bounce thing, you know, just inting as much as possible to try to hit turrets.
I mean, that must have been what the play was. Oh, the flash E missing from the Leona. Almost doing it. I mean, when he walked under the Akali turret, almost giving her kills at like level 3, must have been some kind of boss in play, honestly.
Yeah, and you never know. But there was an exhaust coming down in the bot lane from Dalaran, so that is not going to be available for the next fight. I think both ADCs have taken exhaust in every single game so far, right?
I mean, exhaust is just the better combat summoner right now.
Yeah, true. Yeah, you're not wrong.
Like, if you're going exhaust ignite against like heal ignite, you're just going to win every fight from summoner advantage.
Yeah, really are. But yeah, anyway, does mean the Red Bull's going to get picked up by Zed now. He does have the Rift Herald available as well, so oh no, not again! Not again, guys. Not again.
But it's Lisk this time.
It's
so
Lisk.
It's another person. It's DDoSing each other at this point.
I'm going to keep my Discord open in case I get a message.
So, on the topic of LCS, I honestly think LCS is a more fun one for me because also like my absolute favorite guy of all time is Aframu.
Yes.
And I hope he's
what a boy.
on Dignitas.
What a boy.
Yeah.
One absolute boy. I absolutely love Aframu. He's amazing.
Yeah. He's so cool.
Yeah, he's a really cool guy.
I remember one of the actual like LCS games I watched, he was playing Braum and it went like 0-0-18 or some shit.
He's
Just being everywhere.
He's at FlyQuest now, I think.
Okay.
I think he was at Dignitas, and then I think he left to go to FlyQuest this season. Because I think FlyQuest have a different roster this year. Because I think I can't remember the roster is now. Because I know Wild Turtle was there.
Maybe I just follow LCS, honestly.
I quite like watching LCS, to be honest with you. I feel like definitely it's come a lot further than everyone expected as well, you know, like in terms of like just skill level, I guess. Like but then it's vast majority imports that are performing internationally, so yeah, it's difficult to say.
Have you heard of the NA versus EU rap battle with Dracos and Captain Flowers?
Yes.
It's amazing.
It's amazing. It's great. I love it. Apparently, it's I've heard of none of the people on the new FlyQuest team, but you know, we'll find out. It's just going to be another long pause. I'm going to find out. How can I read the chat? Is there something in the chat?
No. It's also like I was a huge WoW fan in like 2008, 2010, and then I just haven't been watching professional WoW. So I just don't follow official like sports and esports that much.
No, that's fair enough. I follow a lot, so a lot of stuff. I think like the pro play is just good to watch, you know, like kill time and stuff. If like you don't follow it like on the live shows and just highlights and stuff, it's good to have on in the background and stuff. Especially, it's good to watch some of the interesting plays for sure.
Yeah, for sure.
I think we should be getting started again soon, guys.
I mean, the top laner is taking a poop, apparently.
Yeah, I would apologise, but it's not our fault. So you know, what can you do?
It's not CoraL if it's not scuffed.
Just it's not CoraL. It's not CoraL this time. It's not us.
It's true, actually.
You was unbanned by CoraL League 2 months ago, Zoe. Did you know that?
I was what, sorry?
You was unbanned from the Twitch chat, apparently.
Yeah, Atomica banned me because I said that the Zero Comet was actually a good thing. So he banned me from the chat.
That makes me chuckle. Oh, Jesus. Well, there's been a unpause finally, guys.
We just gotta wait for it.
I'm just waiting for the... There we go!
And we are back in business.
Finally.
Are we gonna see another crazy play here with the 10-step plan?
Or are we going to see another fucking pause? That's what I want to know. Right, Suffix is looking to pick the game back up then, engaging straight onto Vink. He's doing so much damage, but it's a really, really nice dodge.
Really good dodge, like you said. He's on the chase still. The Scion on half health. Getting dangerously low here. Is the Scion gonna get away?
Oh, there's
My game just froze.
No, it's spectate delay. There you go,
okay,
back.
Let's go. And Carl is chasing. Hitting the E. Flying in. Oh, but the all-in from the Scion under the turret. The Carl is taking so much damage. Scion is on the chase here. They are both very interested in getting this kill now, showing the outplay potential. They're both staying in the lane.
Here comes Morlot, though.
Here comes the Sud. But bot lane is apparently more interesting. The Jinx ult coming to top lane, but gets blocked by the Sud. The Nautilus going in on the Leona here, getting CC to oblivion. The ult going down. She's taking so much damage, tanking so much damage because of the W. But Tita's getting a kill, and that is not what you want if you are Noxian Crusaders right now.
Yeah, definitely. It's good to see Titas getting himself on the board now and getting a kill. Definitely going to be the carry of this game as Kamarish get himself ahead. Really well played by the Nautilus there. Power spiked again, showing that he is a dominant support and can do the bits to get the kills when they need it. Ready XC is going to get spotted here. Taylor is going to look to engage.
Getting spotted. The Viger is here. He's stuck inside the cage, but the Malzahar ult on top of the Viger, he's flashing away, but the Titas flashes for a kill. Exhaust Dalaran here, Leona going in with the stun onto Titas, but the Leona is trying to get away. She's stuck in a weird position now, but Dalaran dealing so much damage to the Volibear. Titas just popping away onto Miyachi and Lisk managing to get the kill, but Dalaran get the return kill on top of Volibear, and in the end, it is a 2-for-1 in the favor of Noxian Crusaders.
See, Morlord opted to kill the Ready XD there, right? To prevent from the Drake. But with your rest of the team that died there before you even engaged, surely you'd jump on the Jinx there. Surely you'd want to assassinate the Jinx, get her out of the way. I mean, that's Zed's jobs, right? That's Zed's primary job this whole game is to assassinate the Jinx. Make sure Titus can't get himself on the board, can't get more kills, can't just be the carry. So I'd like to see Morlord using more of that and getting a better flank off in the next fight.
I mean, the way you win against any team with Titas is just not letting him play the game. That is just how you win.
Yeah, definitely going to be the case if he can manage to assassinate Titus this game. Then, like you said, Zoe, they can definitely win this game that way if he can manage to pull it off. But I think he's going to one-shot the wave here and look to run down towards this Drake here as it is coming up. The TP isn't up for Rise Suffix, but Vink does have the ultimate, does have the train, so I might see him run down like Thomas and try to do some damage. But the Drake is going to get started up by...
Oh, but the Leon ultimate going and stunning Titas actually, and they're moving away from this Drake because the Scion is going in and Mach 3, the Leona hitting the E, Volibear just getting deleted off of the face of the planet. Vigar still very aggressive here, but the blue team manages to steal the dragon. One dragon going over to Noxian Crusader, and we have an infernal Drake soul. So we don't have Chemtech, and that makes me very, very happy.
We don't have Hextech either. So no gates. No gates this time. I quite like the Hextech gates, if I'm perfectly honest with you. I think they're a pretty cool addition.
Yeah, Hextech is fine, I feel like, but Chemtech is just completely AIDS.
The thing is, the Hextech has a story with Arcane as well. Do you know what I mean? Like, there's actually a full-on story behind
And
it.
you mean Chemtech doesn't?
It does, but it's not as prominent in the like in comparison to how Hextech is, right?
I mean, the entire plot of Arcane is the development between Hextech and Chemtech.
Yeah, but it's not as in like when I say prominent, it's not as like mentioned as much in the stories. Like you don't exactly hear the word Chemtech very often, do you?
The entire Shimmer thing is Chemtech.
Yeah, true. But that's what I mean. It's not like unless you're a League fan, you wouldn't know that, right? Unless you play League, which I guess the idea of the show is to cater it towards everyone, realistically.
I mean, Chemtech is just a more underground thing, but
Yeah, true.
I see your point. It's like they're making such a huge deal out of it. Like, oh, we got the Hex Gates. Hextech is a new crazy thing, but like, Chemtech is like almost. Oh, but we see the Nautilus with the
Missing the hook.
Hex
No.
here, but missing the hook. The Volibear is still going in. Now decides to go off here. Just chilling.
Yeah. But yeah, I personally just don't like the Chemtech Soul anyway, to be honest with you.
The Chemtech Soul is AIDS. Like, I just want it removed. It's so bad. Oh, but the negation in the top lane here, and the negation in the bot lane, the Leona getting caught in the Nautilus Q root combo, and the ult on top of the Kai'Sa, the Volibear going in, disabling the turret, but we have two Relure here on the backline as well. Volibear going down to the turret, the Leona stunning power spike, and we have an engagement in the top lane. The Zed picking up the kill on the Akali, the Mothra ult going down, dealing some damage to Zed, but the Zed manages to pick up Lisk as well. And we have 4 kills for 1 across the map in the favor of Noxian Crusaders.
Yeah, doing justice this game, not changing their lead, not managing to throw it away this time. So doing a really good job. I feel like the pick for the Scion for Vink is the better pick here, right? Doing as much as they can to just be a bully this game and realistically just be a pain.
Yeah, definitely. And we see a second charge coming in from the Shelly here. The Shelly, oh my god.
So we'll see what happens as this game develops here. But looking like Noxian Crusade are going to be the winners here if they can carry on getting the kills on the important carries here. We've got 3 kills on the Zed, and this Kai'Sa is also getting stronger and stronger as the game goes on. I'll take a look at the gold as well. You can see there's 5k gold lead. Sorry, cat's throwing around the ball. 5k gold lead in favour of Noxian Crusade here. More importantly, the vast majority of the gold is sitting on the Zed. Is sitting on a little bit further towards his Kai'Sa. So the Scion as well actually got a very convincing lead. The biggest of the lot realistically, with the 2.5k gold lead in the top lane. So it's going to be interesting.
Oh, the Hullbreaker Scion as well, just looking to sit in that off lane the entire game.
Looking to just be a bully.
That Zed has a lot of money because he is the only AD threat here. But Veigar getting caught here and Liz getting caught in the mid lane as well, with Leona going in here with his stun. Kai'Sa jumping in, the W dealing a lot of damage, Dalaran getting the kill, but Akali chasing this Veigar here manages to get out with just a sliver of health.
Played that really well, did Rise Suffix try to escape that, but there was a nice pickup in the mid lane as well. But Power Spike's going to engage here.
Nautilus Q here on top of the Zed. Zed is just not allowed to move, and it should be a shutdown, but I can't see it in chat. There we go.
Here's a shutdown.
300 extra gold over to Volibear.
Really nice pickup for Volibear there. Volibear finally gets himself on the board. Ready XD is trying to get some gold into his back pocket as the Drake is going to spawn in 10 seconds. With Morlord being dead and Turlo as well, it does mean that this Drake is going to go over to them, and it does mean that it gets them further on the board with the Drakes, and it can mean that they have a way back into this game, Zoe.
Yeah, for sure. Sign is just suiciding for this turret here. Is he gonna go for the Inim as well? No, he's doing something. He's
gonna ult
away,
out, yeah.
Going Mach 3.
Man, I hate that champion.
But you can't go out that gate, Vink!
It doesn't
He's
matter.
running behind 2 towers here.
Just
Malzahar doing damage.
List
He
doesn't have
have ult
ult.
up.
It doesn't matter. I hate that champion. I hate that champion. Really well played though by Vink. Managed to pick up the tower in the top lane as well. It does mean they are pressured off. And does mean they have to defend that inhib there. So Vink is playing his top lane a lot better than he has done in the previous 2 games, though.
Yeah, he is. He's definitely being a nuisance on this Sion, playing it very well.
Definitely the case. I think. Look, it's the man immune build. That's what you build in the Kaiser, Zoe. That's what it is.
Yeah.
We've figured it out.
I mean, we didn't figure it out. He told us by building it.
Shush, little one. It's okay. So yeah, how do you think Solari can get back into this game? Just keep making picks where they can see him?
I feel like Solari is a stronger team fighting team. They've shown that during the series. So I'm thinking as well, like, Solari has a better scaling team, I think.
Mm-hmm.
So I think if they just manage to stop the bleeding, they're going to be able to catch up eventually.
Yeah.
Never mind, they have a Viger on the other team. I completely forgot about that.
Yeah, the Vigar's going to be a problem. Going to be a massive problem.
Oh, but the Hex Flash going into 2 people here. The ult going down on load, but the Leona is just caught here. But the Nautilus hitting a Q where he maybe doesn't want to hit a Q. He's taking a lot of damage here, going down to Molode. But now Leona is stuck very deep, getting taken down by the Akali. The stun on the Volibear taking a lot of damage, but the Akali taking down the Zed. But now Vigar is chasing, Sion is chasing. That is a weird stun. I don't know what it was aiming for. The Akali looks like he's out. He's going to use the blast cone to get away. But the Vigar is still on the chase. Missing the Q, but letting Akali walk away.
In the meantime, Dalaran's going to take this tier 2 tower for the mid lane. I think the issue there was that the vast majority of damage went onto Leona to try pull the Leona off, but we all know how tanky Leona is with her W. Like, she can sustain so long in team fights if she plus that W, so...
It's like Leona aftershock W and she just doesn't take damage, but Akali is going in on Vink here.
Gonna get sandwiched out though.
Bringing the top lane 1v1 into the jungle, but here comes Turiller and Power Spiked, and it's turning into a... Nautilus hooks the wall.
Sounded so depressed.
It was about to be a great fight, but then he hooks the wall, and now we get stunned and rooted and stunned and just CC'd to the 7 health. But nothing really happens because Nautilus is a big, thick boy.
Nautilus is the big boy. And I've just realised it's 9:30. Or 10:30 for you.
Yeah.
Oh, God. But, never mind. I'll wake up. I promise. We are in game 3 now. Looking like Noxian Crusade are going to bring this back potentially and get a reverse sweep. But the game isn't over just yet. The Fat Lady hasn't sung, but there is an engage, Zoe.
Moving in on the Volibear, getting CC'd by the Nautilus. The Volibear is getting away. Now Leona is rooted, but the Jinx chooses not to commit. Volibear gets away. No harm done to any team.
Oh, no harm done yet. But Titus is very much still a potential carry in these games. Very much still can carry these games. Very much still can be a problem. Sitting on 2 items now. Hard actually opted for the Phantom down to for a second item. But if they can keep this Jinx alive, then they definitely can win the team fights. As you said, Zoe, they have seemed to be the better team fighting team, but the issue is whether they can team fight because Vink is just going to consistently be a pain.
I love the concept behind the crown build for Kai'Sa and Ezreal, but we see the Malzahar going onto the Sion here. The Volibear is standing in front of Sion so that he can't ult away. Ulting in front of here as well, staying in front of him so he can't ult away, but Sion himself has flash ulting there to finally get away. Reddy tried so hard and he got so far, but in the end, it
Doesn't
didn't
even matter. I saw where you were going. I saw where you were going.
I caught myself halfway and I gotta commit to it now.
I noticed it, don't you worry. There's going to be a fight for the scuttle grab here. This Drake is spawning. It has spawned now. It looks like it's going to go over straight over to Noxian Crusade. Will deny Solari of Soul Point, though. Does mean that there's going to be a big fight around these next two Drakes, so it's going to be interesting to see what happens.
Yeah, for sure. Going to be very interesting. In Drake-wise, it's a pretty even game. Now, Noxian Crusader still have about a 5k gold lead. No, 6k gold lead, never mind. So they're still ahead in the game. So we just want them to really push this lead now as Leona whiffs an ultimate, goes in with E, gets stuck in the Jinx chompers, and Veigar walks in as well, gets ulted by the Nautilus. Flash Qs to connect, but Veigar's still alive, but not any longer. Razafix is in there, Tita's getting a kill, just free hitting on this Leona, getting another kill for the movement speed reset, shredding Dalaran, shredding the wave. There's 2 clean kills to Solari, and 2 clean kills to Jinx and Titas.
That's exactly what you want if you are a Solari fan here. You want to see them get these picks. You want to see them pick up these bounties as well. And you want to see them do everything they can to get as much gold as they can to Titus. And I've got to be honest, Power Spike to Genny showing that he's the dominant support here and showing that he can set up these engages and did a fantastic job of getting the ultimate onto the bad guy. Getting the flash hook as well, Zoe, which is very, very impressive to see. So, really well played by Power Spike there.
Power Spike saw the Leona going in, missing her engage, and he was like, alright, out of the way, this is how you do it. But the long range W hitting Dalaran going in, getting the kill on Power Spike. But now she's in deep water, hitting another W, dealing so much damage. The Volibear going down, double kill to Dalaran. Now Vink and Dalaran going back in. The W not quite hitting, the Blast Cone getting Vink into range, slapping once, Q hitting. The Veigar stun hitting. The Veigar pressed R to outplay the Master.
Pressed R to outplay. True.
Yep. The red donated to Dalaran, and now they're looking to take down this Baron.
Yeah, the press R to outplay is a very, very true statement, Zoe. I'm not going to lie. Doesn't mean that Baron is absolutely right. He's going to go to Noxian Crusade more than likely. Unless they can contest it, they do have the Jinx rocket available, so definitely can look for a steal potentially if Titus can hit it in time. I think it's just going to miss.
The 2 carries of Solari are still alive, but the Baron goes down. Leona is on top of the Akali. Akali getting away by ulting the Scion.
Does mean that will be the first Baron of the series for Noxian Crusade. Are going to pick up this buff and potentially look to end this game with that. Look to get as many towers as possible, as many objectives as possible, and with the sign having the hull break and the Baron, I'm expecting some very nice some plays, Zoe.
Yeah, for sure. I just Kai'Sa just finished her crown as well. I really enjoy the concept of the crown build because you play 2 legendary, I think they're called, damage items, and you delay your mythic like all the way to your 3rd item. 25 minutes in the game, and you're like, this is the part where I start getting one-shotted, and that's when they need the crown.
Yeah,
it's an interesting take on a build.
Yeah, that was the build I was trying to recollect of what looked too strong, and I knew the Nash was in there somewhere, the crown was in there, but I completely forgot the Muramana was the start to it. But definitely, I know it's the best build that she has currently, and just does a lot of damage realistically for Kai'Sa right now. And like you said, the crown is so useful, especially against the side of Solari, right? You've got the Akali. If the Akali gets onto Dalaran, then the crown is there to prevent him from getting one shot. So it's definitely a good build.
I don't think it's too good against Akali, actually, because she wants to hit the E to be able to engage on you.
Oh, true.
That's going to trigger your crown.
True, yeah.
She just waits 1.5 seconds and then bursts you.
Do you not ult first, though, with Akali? Because it's easier you ult and then you E afterwards, so you can guaranteed hit an E.
I mean, your ult, the damage on your ult is on your 2nd cast anyways.
True.
So still the same concept applies there.
Mm-hmm.
So like, I don't think it's especially like super good against this specific team, but it's like if you get not hooked, you're gonna survive for at least 1.5 seconds.
Very true. Very, very, very true. So, does mean that there's going to be a bit of a slow moment in this game, but I guess one good thing is that nothing massive has come of this Baron just as of yet. There's been a tower taken in pretty much all lanes, other than the mid lane here.
I mean, they've extended their goal lead by 4k. They're at a 10k goal lead now, so they definitely used the Baron power play to their advantage, and now they got a dragon as well.
I seriously thought the Jinx Rocket stole that for a second because I just saw it pop up, and I thought it was a big one. Vink is going to more like engage.
They're going in the top of Vink here. The Q, they both CC each other at the same time, but Vink is alone here, but has the ultimate up. The Leona going in with the ultimate, but the flash E connects to Volibear. The Volibear flashes away. Leona stepping up a bit too far here. Viger stepping up a bit too far. Gets hooked by the Nautilus. The Akali goes in, kills with the ult, hits the E on the Leona, goes in. The Q hitting. As we swap over, we have a suppress on the Zed getting taken down here. Akali taking a lot of damage. Dalaran going down. And we just see the bigger teamfight team, really. Crescent Solari executing that teamfight better and coming out on top despite a 10k gold lead.
Wow. That's all I've got to say,
taken down to 7.
So all I've got to say, Zoe, is absolutely wow. It was interesting to see how they performed that fight, and realistically, the engage just went straight onto the Jinx, and Rise Suffix was just left to roam on his own and just do as much damage as he possibly could. And it was a really nice team fight by Solari, and they managed to pull the lead back and pull something back. Sorry, and you never know, this game could change.
The thing is, the goal leads are so subjective. It's so hard to actually capitalize on them.
Mm-hmm.
Because if we check the Vigar goal, like he stepped up there, he stepped out of position, he got taken out instantly, and that's minus like 6,000-7,000 gold theoretically for Noxian Crusade right away, and then suddenly there's just not a lead anymore in the fight.
Yeah, it really is the case, but I mean, you said it yourself. I mean, it all comes down to the fact that it seems like Solari just a better fighting team here, Zoe. So I'm expecting Noxian Crusade to more play around picks before the fights and just try poke them out as much as possible. Because if it goes to a fight like that again and they don't get the correct engagement, it could go in Solari's favour again. But it does mean that Solari are going to more than likely just push the ways out as much as they possibly can and try to delay this game, try to get Jinx another item. Has finished the LDR now, such an important item for her, especially against his sign on this Leona. Will be able to do as much damage as she possibly can and try burn down their tanks, really. We do have the double burn as well on Malzahar, which is super, super useful against tanks, especially the Andras and the Demonic Embrace, like I said. Very useful. But do you not think it all comes down to whether Zed or Vigar can get a kill onto this Jinx or Akali, really?
I mean, if they manage to assassinate the Jinx, then yeah, the teamfight is pretty much over. As we see the Akali going in on Vink here. Vink is completely alone against 4 people. But the same thing goes the other way. So it's going to be interesting. I feel like it's completely down to execution.
Yeah, it really is going to come down to whether they can assassinate that Jinx, but it does mean that Noxian Crusade are going to more than likely run for this Baron now. Solari can fight this, and I think they'll choose to as well. They do have vision, the blue ward's been shown, but the Jinx Rocket's already been used, so I'm not sure what's the best option to use them, but Vink's just going to be a problem. They are leaving
Vink
it.
Is here. They are fighting, and now the Leona engage going in. The Nautilus ult cancelling the Leona E. The fantastic Malzahar ult going on Zed. And 2 kills going to Vigar right away. But now Vigar going down to the Ignite. Dalaran getting dangerously low. Suffix here stuck in a 2v1 against Leona and Sion. Malzahar going back into the fight. Pinging the help. The 1v1 happening here. Malzahar coming to support. The silence going down, the E hitting, and this should be a dead Sion. Unless he does something to miraculously get away.
Slowly but surely. Slowly but surely. That's 1,000 goal shutdown going into the pocket of Rise Suffix, and that is the person you want it on as well. Really well played by Solari, and we're showing that they are clearly the better team fighting team here, and it's unfortunate to say the least that Noxian Crusade had a 10k goal lead and it's been reduced quite a fair bit. Still a little bit in the lead. Still Still a big lead and still a long way to go for Solari, but there's definitely a shining light now if they can keep winning these team fights. And got to feel bad for Vink in that fight, Zoe, because he did manage to get the perfect engage onto Titus and managed to get the correct angle and stop him from doing any damage, but it doesn't look like Titus is the problem anymore. It's Rice Suffix.
Yeah, the 9-kill Akali just wreaking havoc on the enemy backline. Oh, but was that a steal from Volibear? No, I saw that wrong. Sorry. The Nautilus going on top of Dalaran. Akali is chilling here on the backline, not wanting to go in here by himself. But it's 3 against 3 in Drake's.
Yeah, it does mean Akali used their ultimate, but it will be up very, very shortly. I think at level 16 it's a pretty damn short cooldown. 40 seconds, I want to say, with the ability haste. Could be wrong. It's not very long though, and you can see the cooldown coming back very, very quickly anyway. So it will be available for the next fight, but the Jinx Rocket might not be if they decide to engage it now. And looks like Noxian Crusade are setting up for it, looking to get their second Baron of the series and look to end this game. It's getting increasingly more difficult as this Akali gets more items and this Jinx gets more items, but they do have a Veigar, do have the infinite scaling, and that is a lot of damage from a Kai'Sa though, so Akali may have to back, so maybe Noxian Crusade start Baron here, Zoe.
Yeah, they might. The Kai'Sa W is doing so much damage. She's bought a Sonius now and a Needless Large Rod, so the W's are just poking people down. But they're kind of inconsistent here. They don't know if they want to start up this Baron or not. Vink is trying to flank near the red side Gromp here.
I feel like
they're looking for a fight.
They lost their opportunity a little bit to do the Baron when Akali had to back. She has no TP. They would know that if they got the timers on it as well, but
Vink is going in on top of the Nautilus, hitting the Q, not the knockup. Rice is going in, hitting the stopwatch, going on top of the Veigar, but gets taken down because he pressed R. But now Titas is just free to right-click the enemy team, hitting the Leona, hitting the EM, getting stunned on Titas. And now Volibear is here. The last member alive gets taken down.
Is it going to be end of the game? Can they end it?
They should be able to end it. They don't have good waves, but it's a 30-second death timer, so it should be.
And it's a Scion with Hullbreaker and passive as well, and the Demolish. I think that's going to be game 3, going over to Noxian Crusader to come and actually end it. I think they are going to look to as well. 20 seconds on the timers. Nautilus is up soon. Akali's up soon. Jinx is up soon. Can they end it? Can they look for it? They might just be able to do it just in time, and I think they're going to look to as well, Zoe. So does mean that game 3 is going to go in the favour of Noxian Crusade this time, Zoe?
It is the start of the reverse sweep. I believe in it.
We believe. So yeah, that is going to be game 3 going over to Noxian Crusade. They're starting the reverse sweep, guys. Can it actually finally happen? We're going to take a little short break and then we'll find out if they can manage to bring it back. And we are back, guys. We're going to start with game 4. I think we're just getting into the draft phase, so I'll just switch straight over to that, guys. Yeah. Yep, so game 4 coming up now. Noxian Crusader did manage to pick up a win in the last game, so it's now 2-1. See if Solari can manage to end the series, or whether it be another game and go in for the reverse sweep. The Hecarim ban is going to come out for Noxian Crusade, as alongside Crescendo Solari is going to be the Victor as well as the Time Kench as well. Trundle ban getting banned away from Solari. We saw that in the first game. A pretty important pick for Solari as well. The Zed is actually going to get banned away from Noxian Crusade this time. Clearly quite a problem for them and just stop them from winning the team fights realistically. So pretty good ban in my opinion there.
Yeah, they swapped out one ban to ban out the Zed. Because otherwise they've just been banning the same things.
I think it's a good ban, to be honest with you though. I think it's a really good ban, but it does mean the Draven is finally going to get picked up for Noxian Crusade. That is the one ban there was, one pick the one out, and the one thing that kept getting banned out. Does mean the Draven Leon is getting picked up. That is an aggressive lane, Zoe. That is a very aggressive lane. I'm expecting maybe a bit of range coming out from Solari here. Tried to delay them from actually getting engaged onto Mouse, some disengage potentially. The Viego was picked up though, as well. Saw Solari playing that to a good level, to be honest with you, managing to get a lot of damage through the Viego, managing to just pull off some very nice plays. I think we saw Ready XD playing that. Not Ready XD, sorry. Molod playing that. No, I was right. It's Ready XD. I'm sorry, I'm tired. Yeah. But anyway, the Thresh is going to come out as well. I think that's a pretty nice pick, Thresh Ashe against Draven Leona. I don't know about you, Zoe, but you're the bot lane expert here. What do you think to that matchup?
It's like we're back in Season 6 again, when every single game was just Thresh versus Leona.
Yeah.
Ashe is an insanely good pick against Leona, because if she ever goes in, she's never going to get out again. Draven is a good pick against Thresh, because he can just deny the engage if the hook lands on Leona. So it's going to be a very interesting bot lane, and they both have like the counter potential against each other.
Yeah, definitely. The Lee Sin's going to be locked in as well. The Cork is going to get banned away from Lisk, as is the Akali away from Rise Suffix as well. We do see the Cassio on the Sion ban this time against Noxian Crusade. The Sion ban definitely a really important pick for Vink, and I definitely was doing a lot of damage and just being a nuisance in general during the entirety of that game. The Silas is going to get hovered, however. So we could see them pick this up and look to place in the mid lane. CoraL could be playing this time, but we'll find out soon. It does mean the Silas is going to go over to them. Still could be a top lane Silas. We never know, but more than likely we're going to look to see us in the mid lane. See what Solari pick here. So Malzahar being picked up for Noxian Crusade here.
Yeah, I mean, Link played it very well. Well, for Noxian Crusade.
For Solari, sorry.
Yeah. Lisk played it very well last game, so I'm not surprised to see it picked up. It's good against Lee Sin, it's good against Draven. It's just an overall good pick in my opinion.
Yeah, definitely. But there's going to be Yone being picked up for Solari as well. Doesn't mean it's going to be Yone top lane. But it's also being paired against a Renekton potentially, which is being hovered here for Noxian Crusade. So they're going to see... No, Malphite's being swapped here. Is it Renekton? Is it the Croc? Is it the Rock? Is it something else? We don't know. Could it be the Yasuo Yone? We'll find out. But there's no...
I saw a Teemo there. I'm hoping for the Teemo.
It's a Warwick. Oh, okay. A Warwick being picked up. So there's a Warwick being picked up there. So yeah, gonna get into game now. Finally. Yeah, what do you think to the draft? So, who do you think wins this one?
I just feel like Solari does not really have a proper front line. So this is even more of a solo queue team where they just kind of like have to outplay the enemy team. Because at least Nox and Crusade has the Leona has at least and the Warwick can kind of be at least fightery and be in the fray.
Yeah,
But
definitely.
the Solari kind of has to rely on the Thresh to peel for the carries that want to chill behind. They can't hide behind anything. But still, Solari has more damage than Noxian Crusade has, so if Solari can solo queue the hell out of it, then sure, I believe in them. But I think the team comp goes to Noxian Crusade.
Yeah, I got to agree there. It's going to be interesting to see if Solari can make this comp work that they've chosen. If they can manage to use it to their advantage. But, pardon me. The Yone definitely could be a problem in this game. If the Yone manages to get a lead, then Solari could very much be with a chance of winning the third game here. But we can confirm soon who's going to go where, whether it's Silas top or whether it's a Warwick top. More than likely, we know where it's going to be, but you never know, there could be an old switcheroo, but we'll find out. As they're just locking in their champs now as quick as they can. And it is a Yone top lane, which means it will be Malzahar mid and Viego jungle, as you'd imagine. But yeah, it's going to be a good game. I think, I feel like although Noxian Crusade are the better team fighting comp, like in terms of pick potential, Solari definitely have a very, very, very good comp.
Yeah, that's for sure. The Malzar ult, the Yone ult to bring everyone together, the Ash ult is insane. I mean, also, the Viego has a lot of good souls to take as well.
Yeah, true, very true.
But the Silas also has a lot of good ults to steal, so...
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see if Silas can, if Taylor realistically can steal the important ults here, especially the Malzahar ult, right?
Yeah.
Such an important ultimate here, and if they can manage to take that, then they have the Warwick ult and the Malzahar ult, and that's just an instant CC chain for anyone. Whether they cleanse it, not cleanse, sorry. Whether they, I've forgotten the item name. Quicksilver Sash. Whether they QSS it, to the Malzahar ult straight afterwards, so there's not maybe much you can do there. But does mean there's Silas in the mid lane. Vink is playing the Warwick, so we'll see if he can actually manage to use it to his advantage here realistically and play it and play it the best he can. See if he can be a nuisance like he was a Scion.
Yeah, sure, absolutely. Cool. So we're chilling here, just waiting for the... waiting for the spectator delay. And like we touched on before, it's going to be very interesting to see like how Solari managed to play this more solo queue-esque comp. I'm looking forward to it because it can potentially be more scrappy, more 1v1ing, more like small skirmishes, while Nox and Crusaders really want to play more team fight-esque and manage to support that Draven, support that Silas. I'm not sure actually how any of the lane goes. I'm just well versed in the bot lane matchups because I'm a support main myself. The Thresh Leona just being a very boring lane. I hate it personally because I remember back in Season 6 when you played it every single game. And it's just whoever engages first loses, because if the Thresh goes in, he just gets super CC'd by the Leona. And if Leona goes in, she just gets flayed to cancel it and then hooked in. Especially with the AD carries, I can kind of deny the engages as well. It's going to be a very volatile and still boring lane because, as I said, it's just whoever engages loses in most of the fights. In the top lane, I think it's going to be very interesting. Joan versus Warwick, I feel like that's going to be very volatile. And I always think that is fun. Because I don't like wet noodle fights, and I really don't think that this is going to be a wet noodle fight. And then in the mid lane, Malzahar Silas. Now, I don't know mid lane matchups. This could go however. I wish I had Joe in here so you could tell me like how this matchup goes. But I imagine the Malzahar outpost Silas, but like I have no clue at all. But anyway, it's going to be an interesting game. Is this going to be the second game in the reverse sweep for Nox and Crusade? Or is it going to be the final game of the series and the CoraL season with Solari taking it home?
We'll find out, Zoe.
Yeah, you're back. Let's go.
I'm back. I'm sorry. I had something important to sort out.
That's fine.
But yeah, absolutely right. Zoe's completely right. We'll see if we can find out if it's actually going to be a 3-1 series for Solari, whether it's going to be start another game in a reverse sweep. For Noxian Crusade, we'll find out. I guess it's all dependent on if they've got quite a few carries of Solari, right? Whether any of them can actually 1v5 the game. It seems very dependent on that right now. But yeah, Dalaran has been clearly wanting this Draven for a long time. So I'm intrigued to see if Dalaran can actually play it very, very well and manage to win the game with it. With the Leona, they're definitely going to be wanting the level 2 early, but power spiked. Pulled out some very nice hooks in the Blitzcrank, so might pull out some really nice hooks on this Thresh as well, so we'll find out definitely. Spectator delay is just leaving now, so yeah, you will finally get into game, guys.
Let's go.
Game 4 is coming up for you guys in just a second. Oh. So yeah, we can see that with room in regards to summoner spells, definitely. Dalaran has actually opted for the cleanse this time, Zoe.
Yeah, cleanse for the Ash ult, most likely. I hope that he didn't cleanse for the Malzahar ult, because, well, you can't, obviously. But the Ash ult can just be so strong, the Thresh hook can be so strong, and having the cleanse certainly helps.
Definitely does. I mean, they've pinged it already. The Yone's pinged it instantly, but there is an exhaust on Titus again, clearly opting for that. But Malzahar has taken the Predator. Clearly looking to try to get some good ganks off, some good engages off with the Predator on Ultimate as well. Both teams are going to point defense this time. Again, just looking to play it a bit safer and looking to just realistically not have a bit of a fiesta at level 1 like we saw last time.
But it was a beautiful fiesta. And yeah. Silas is doing the manly thing in mid. Going Ignite. I respect it. Yeah. And Warwick too, actually. It's a double teleport advantage for the side of Solari.
I feel like they have to hard win game now. They have to hard win lane, sorry.
Yeah.
If you don't hard win lane, then the Ignite just seems almost rendered futile, right?
It's an interesting rune choice on Thresh as well with the Glacial Augment.
Oh, I didn't even clock that. You don't. I thought you'd just assumed you'd go Aftershock normally, but does it work? Does it proc well?
I mean, he can proc it. He procs it with Q. He procs it with E.
His ult as well. Does he proc it? The walls.
No, that's just a slower, it's not an immobilize.
Okay. It feels like an immobilized because it's like what 99% or
90% slow,
yeah,
yeah.
yeah, some ridiculous, yeah.
But what I'm feeling like, if you're getting hit by a hook, do you need to get slowed as well? I mean,
True.
it's just overkill that way, but we're gonna have to see. Wait and see.
Yeah, I mean, it'd definitely be a problem, especially for a Draven, right? If you can slow a Draven on his way to catching an axe, then
Yeah.
I've got to be honest, Dalaran is playing the coolest Draven skin, in my opinion.
I just feel like that Draven skin is like the Smurf Draven skin.
Yeah,
Where it's like
yeah.
you bought Draven and you bought the cheapest skin and you just play it.
It's a cool skin, though. Like, even though it's
Yeah.
one skin, it's just a cool skin. Um,
I'm very biased towards Primetime
yeah, Prime
because I
Time's
used to
cool.
be like a Janna main and loved playing with Dravens. So you
Yeah.
just played Primecast every single game.
That's cool. I like it. Vink is going falling very low though in this top lane. Rise Suffix is going to
Oh,
look
and
for a
we
little
goes in
engage.
there with the Q as well. Oh, but the fear hitting, the auto attack hitting, there a lot of trades going on in the top lane. I love it.
Can we just check we're in sync? I'm on 2:59, 3 minutes, 3
Yeah,
1,
we're in
3
sync.
2.
Oh,
Cool.
but the gang coming in from Diego here. Vink trying to get the heal, trying to get the Pharaoh, but the first blood over to Diego. We have an engage and a gank in the bot lane as well, but the flash manages to get the Thresh to safety. It's a double flash from bot lane actually. And Lisk is just running this Silas down.
Preston saying, please let Solari win so he can let our boys sleep.
I mean, Tita said he had to go to bed early, or well, get up early anyway, so maybe he's getting anxious. Oh, but we see the double gang going here. Liz taking a lot of damage. The ignite going down. Moload is close to him, but decides to turn back on Ready X to save Tyrellure. The flash Q away from Ready, but the Q connects the damage. Leaves him picking up the double kill. You could say that Moload those guys for the double kill.
You definitely can do. You definitely can say that.
Molested them. I'm getting tired. My humor is off the rails. But Tyrellure tanking tower, almost dying to the silence. But here you see the Draven Leona lane in action. Titas possibly going down, catches the axe with the flash axe from Draven, and the stun from Leona, and the double kill for Draven Leona in this very aggressive lane. And we have the trade still going on in the top lane. Continuous trades just all across the board.
Yeah,
This is going to be a hectic game, I feel it.
it's going to be an interesting one for sure, Zoe. It's going to be a really interesting one. Already starting to look like it's going to be pretty hectic. We see 2 kills going over to Draven, 2 kills on the Lee Sin as well, so 2 pretty big carries there. It'd be good to see if they can actually manage to realistically use their lead and carry this game. But there's still a way back into this game for Crescente Solari. There's definitely still an option. We've got Titus on the Ash, and you've got Viego, you have a Yone. Viego does have a kill as well, so it is actually on the board. So they do have the option of the hyper carry, so can very much carry the team if needs be.
Yeah, definitely. Titas still can't be counted out of the game. The Diego's going to be dangerous. Yone's going to be dangerous. It's
Yeah,
still
100%.
any man's game to lose. Oh, but the fear coming in from the Warwick, but the Diego is moving up behind. No, he's going up towards the wall here. The stun not quite hitting because of the flash from Vink. Rise Suffix hitting the tornado Q thing. I don't know Yone's abilities. But Diego is still waiting here, hitting the stun. And Vink goes down to the slash from Diego.
Just notice you calling him Diego. I like it.
Is it during release? Arvid just called him Diego all the time, and now I can't get it out of my head. He's just Diego. As a Drake goes over to Noxian Crusade, uncontested.
It does, but that was a nice kill onto an important carry there. See it on the Viego as well, which is super, super important. That's definitely a person that can carry this game. Ready XC is definitely a player that can do that as well. So we'll sit and wait and see if he can actually manage to pull off something.
We see Diego moving in for a potential gank in the mid lane here. Silas is a bit pushed up, but he's staying safe behind his minions in a very controlled way. Moving up now, getting hit by the Monster Herald, takes one misstep. Now the Diego is coming in. The Silas steals the Monster Herald, so we might see a switcheroo here. But he just runs away to the safety of his team. Leona chilling in the brush by Raptors. Just in case something happens.
Yeah,
As we
definitely.
see another trade in the top lane here. They're just slashing at each other constantly.
They really are.
Talking is my favorite thing. And talking about this top lane fight is the absolutely best thing in my life. Yeah, sure thing. And we have a kind of slower game here compared to the other games. It's barely 1 kill per minute. Might be that both teams are getting nerves, they might be getting tired, or they just prefer playing more of a slow game here. I feel like a slow game definitely benefits Crescent and Solari more because they have the more of a scaling team comp. Draven, Silas, Lee Sin, they all want to snowball very early and just ride that lead. Whereas Yone wants to hit the 0-10 power spike and just carry the game from there. See Rysef going on Vink here, hitting the E, hitting the W. Vink just walking up, actually winning that trade. Warwick just has so much healing. The director camera seems to really like this top lane here, and I mean, it's the most interesting lane right now. We see Lee Sin moving up, and Rice Suffix is moving to meet him. The Q connects. A lot of damage going into Rice Suffix. The Yon taking a lot of damage. The insect kick to donate the kill to Vink, but now Reddy's here. The Q connects. Lee Sin starts running away. The Warwick ult hits Malzahar. Vink is on the chase, healing up on Reddy. The Lee Sin is back in, but misses the Q. Here is Silas, who Reddy ults over the wall to safety. But the flash W from Silas goes in, hits the kill. I think that's a flash E anyways, but it doesn't matter because the point being that Silas picked up the kill on the Diego. Nice play from Noxian Crusade. Here we see Yone going in, trying to steal the Gromp, dealing some damage on Vink in the meantime. You're dealing a lot of damage to Vink actually, but the entire team, the ult connecting, the team of Noxian Crusade not really wanting to help him. They're taking Shelling instead, but now the Lee Sin Q connection right side base are in here. The Ashe ult misses, unfortunately, but the Q does not miss. The flash E to root Yone, the Q, the CC, and Molo gets another kill on top of the Yone.
He does indeed.
To...
I'm back.
Welcome back, sir. Why is your boss calling you at like 10?
It's not that. I've just literally been told that my work's like an hour and a half away, and I'm away from home. I've been told I need to go in tomorrow, so I'm like, yeah, I got to get up at 6 a.m. Yay. Pain.
Nice.
Yeah, gonna be fun. But yeah. So
yeah,
Draven's looking like he's getting stronger and stronger as this game goes on. Has picked up the shield bow now. Looking like it could be difficult for Solari to shut him down if they're not getting engaged onto him. But they still have a Viego, still have a Yone, very much two massive hyper carries as games go on. So it'll be interesting to see how they play that. Viego is bot.
Viego's bot moving in here, but so is Leona and Lee Sin. The Leona ult missing, sadly. The E also missing. The Flay was there. The good cleanse from Draven preventing the hook, and he manages to get away. Sierras are still on the chase. A flash ultimate from Malzahar, but gets stunned by the Leona, but doesn't matter because Ashe takes down the Draven. The Silas Moss ultimate going down as well. Here Titus just manages to flash away. Paraspike and Titus both very low. Silas is chasing the very short enchanted crystal arrow from Ashe. The Lantern going down. The Silas picks up the kill on the Ashe. Manages to hit the E on top of the Thresh as well. Dies to the turret sadly. And we see Yone chilling alone in top lane, tanking a turret shot. But in the end, a 3-for-1 exchange in the favor of CRS.
Yeah, I mean, the issue I have is like with Noxian Crusade now is that 6 of their kills are on this Lee Sin. Like, can they use it to their advantage? Realistically, is the issue now. Can this Lee Sin actually carry this game? You'd like to see on the Draven there, but unfortunately not. So that's kind of the issue we see right now, Zoe.
I mean, the thing is, Lee Sin eventually just turns into an insect bot, no matter how many kills he has.
Mm-hmm.
So he'll have to carry like very, very early to actually be able to make an impact.
Yeah, definitely going to be the case. Definitely going to be a big issue if they can't manage to shut him down early this game. Well, just end the game early.
We see a gank happening in the top lane here. The Digason hitting, the Yone ult hitting, but the Warwick managing to heal and then ult away. So Sierra's not quite getting the kill.
Not just yet, no, not just yet.
But the ultimate used from both Yone and Warwick. So not that big a loss from any team there. As we see both Viego and Leona, they might meet up in the jungle here, fighting over some vision. Leona is looking for a gank on to Lisk. With the ult hitting, the stun hitting, the root hitting, and Lisk is just not allowed to play the game. But the Enchanted Crystal Arrow hitting Leona, but not dealing that much damage.
Yeah, I feel like Noxian Crusaders have so much CC when they can get it realistically, and just they can chain it very, very well as well. Yeah. And you can clearly see that is a very nice insect kick by Molo there, and done really, really well to shut down
the Secret Service minion blocking the hook, and Dalaran managing to get the kill on Titas. This minion was like, "Get down, Mr. President," and Dalaran comes out victorious.
Yeah, Dalaran showing his Draven skills. He wanted it for so long, you'd hope he had some skills on the Draven. But Rysef is coming in a tricky position here for the entirety of Noxian Crusaders.
But I mean, Dalaran is just diving Power Spike here. Power Spike doing what he can, but Dalaran still gets away with the kill. Showing to be very dominant in this Draven. And now we see Joan in trouble with 3 people of the red team on top of him, and he's just not allowed to play the game with all the CC coming up from the Leona and the Warwick.
It's not looking good for Crescente Solari, is it? It's really not looking good here. 16-5 now, 7 kills on the Lee Sin, there's 4 on this Draven, there's 4 on the Silas as well. 8k gold lead at 14 minutes, Zoe.
I thought you said 18k, and I was scared for a while.
8k, yeah, don't worry.
That's a lot of gold.
It is a lot of gold. It's going to be interesting to see who can win this game now. If Noxian Crusade can keep their lead, we've seen them throw it before, but not sure just yet. So yeah, Draven has now finished his shield, but he's looking like he's maybe working towards a collector here, potentially.
Leona might be getting caught out here. Goes in on the Ashe, CCs her for so long. The Draven managed to get in there. Ashe takes the lantern, but does not get away from the axe. Now another E hits. The axe is dealing so much damage, but Parisburn managed to get him away from the axe, but Leona takes a kill anyway. As Warwick, also in on right suffix here, presses an amazing Q that follows Yone all the way back in the turret and manages to get the kill there. But Vink is in trouble now. He is on the wrong side of this rift, trying to do a cheeky recall. Is he going to make it in time, or is Diego going to catch him?
He might just catch him. He does catch him as well.
And the Mossar ult coming down, the suppress lasting for so long, but Vink is healing a lot, and here's Lee Sin to save his life. The Q connects, a lot of damage coming in. The carry Lee Sin is here. Now another Q connects, jumps in after him. Oh, but the fantastic stopwatch, the kick just across the face to kill Malsahar. Ready, he's chasing this Lee Sin. He wants his something, but Yone comes in with the teleport and ease towards him. Queuing in, knocking both of them up, getting the 1,000 gold shutdown, but now he's in trouble again. 3 more people from the red team. The Silas Yone ultimate coming in, but he manages to dodge it, but it's not enough because Silas gets the kill. But now a new challenger approaches as Paraspike is under the turret, but he backs off, realizing he can't take this fight.
I feel like Solari are just trying their best to try get some form of like just a way back into the game, but unfortunately they're not able to do it when they just going in one by one, and it's just not working for them, and they're now essentially 10k goal behind at this point. The 9k, nearly 10k goal behind, and it's just not looking good for them. It does mean that Drake will be sent over again to Nocturne Crusade. It will be soul point for them, as they are hovering around it, and they do have the advantage for it as well. And this means it will be Mountain Soul for Nocturne Crusade, which is a very nice soul for them to have.
Yeah, definitely. And most of all, it's not a Chemtech Soul, but the Leona Ultimate and the Eagles in. The Thresh play is very, very good, but the Storm still connects and Molo gets a kill on the Thresh. Now Diego is stuck here between 4 members of the red team, gets taken down as well. Warwick is on the chase now. He realizes he is sated for blood for the moment, but red team gets the dragon. And Noxian Crusader is just pulling ahead of this game. Now has a 9k, almost 10k goal lead as they're going for this Baron. They're pinging for the Yone, but Lee Sin went in under the Baron right away, so I'm not sure what they actually want to do here. Looks like Leona and Draven are moving up to kill the Yone.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the shining light is they do have the objective bounties, but I mean, this
Draven flashing the wall to get to the safety from the Yone, and the Dalaran gets another kill.
This Dalaran is now 6-1 on this Draven, and I feel like maybe an early FF might come out here for Solari, but I don't know. It's finals, but Tita said it needs to be up early, so you never know. But it does mean that looking like a reverse sweep is happening, Zoe.
I mean, honestly, if they wanted to go to sleep early, they should have won the last game.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
Grabbing the lantern from the Thresh here to get to safety. Now, Lee Sin does have the Eye of Shelly, so potentially they're going to want to look to push and really get the advantage from that here.
Maybe so.
But they're kind of just chilling for now, going back to more of a farming phase.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like Twitch chat has been very dead for like the last hours. Where is everyone? Hype these games up, everyone.
Yes, it really has. I think everyone's just died as well.
Everyone just died. Everyone's tired, but this is Ocean Finals. Draft trolled it, honestly. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Really a solo queue draft. Not really drafting it from.
I didn't get the Yone pick, to be honest with you. I didn't. It didn't make sense in my eyes.
Yeah, the Enchanted Crystal just not connecting. The fear preventing Brady from following. It is not quite enough. Preston has been sleeping constantly for the last day, so he is well rested as fuck now. So he is here to help us.
I'm very sleepy, and now I've got to get up at 6. I'm still very sleepy. I'm even more sleepy.
Dalaran tanking the turret, really wants to get it down. But his team is just waiting in the tri-brush, so the Q connects, power spike just going down. Molo gets hooked, but he's just going down eventually. The teleport coming in from the Malzahar. Malzahar and Yoni are caught behind enemy lines here, and it's just a clean sweep from the side of Noxian Crusade as they turn their heads toward this Baron.
That is an ace as well, and that is 30 kills in 20 minutes. And I wouldn't be surprised if there's an FF coming out here, Zoe. I do not know if there's a way back into this game for Solari.
Miyashi just put something in chat, so I'm guessing there's an FF within 3 minutes.
Yeah, I'm going to guess that too. Thanks for spoiling it.
It should be against CoraL rules.
Yeah, I think we should make it like that.
But the Leona is 1019. It is kind of insane, actually.
Really, I didn't even notice Leona was still like 0 deaths. So, interesting.
Oh, but the Q connects from the Lee Sin. Is he gonna go in? Is he gonna Lee Syndrome? He doesn't. But Ready is just emote spamming. Another Q connects. And they're taking so much damage from just the Baron minions alone. Another Q connects. Oh, I bet Mojo fakes it.
He fakes the
What
Q.
a Lee Sin mechanicer.
He's just teasing at this point.
With the hook going slightly wide.
I'm expecting to
Leona
engage
getting
real
display
soon
saves.
from Noxian Crusade, and there it's
Oh
going to
yeah,
be.
the Q, the flash E, Titus just does not know what hit him there.
I'm going to assume.
And now the Leona ultimate is stunning 2 people. Dalaran getting 1 kill, Silas getting 1 kill. They're following the Diego flash ults over a wall. Liz getting hit by, almost gets drive-by kill stolen by Warwick, but Lee Sin manages to secure the kill.
Maybe this is where they just end the game instead.
Yeah, maybe just and it's an ace. Vink is flashing under turret and BMing, I guess.
Oh no. Does not
And
end.
they just back off. And now they're just telling the enemy team to FF.
There was a surrender vote at 21 minutes, but it got denied. 3-2. Surrendered.
The Dragon Soul going over to Noxian Crusade as well.
Yeah, it's I just don't see any possible way back into the game for Solari at this point. I mean, Suffolk just did that.
Here we go with the surrender vote.
There we go. Well, GG's, that is game 4 going over to Solari, and it does mean it all comes down to the final game, guys. Not going to take a break, so we can get quickly into the next game.
Well, Dalaran hitting the GGEC again. A little bit toxic. A little bit toxic.
Little bit toxic.
I'll let it fly.
And let it slide this once.
These twice. He did it last game as well.
Oh. So we have a repeat offender.
Oh my. Ban him.
I'm not naming the game. That's effort. Right. Who was red side last game? Was it CRS?
Noxian Crusade was red side.
Okay, so Noxian Crusader blue side. CRS. Right, hopefully getting to draft real soon, guys, as well. That means this is going to be the 5th and final game of this series. Can Noxian Crusade turn it all around and win it from being down 2-0, or can Solari actually secure their win and just made us wait an extra 2 games for no reason at all? We'll find out.
Could it get any better than this? We have the Ocean Finals. We have a 5-game series.
It's been a good one, guys. It's been a good one. Solari already just waiting on Noxian Crusade to ready up. Right, in the game now, guys, in the draft. Hecarim being banned out by Noxian Crusade. Solari banning the Victor. The Trundle being banned out by Noxian Crusade. I see who the ban's going to be for Solari now. It's going to be the Town Kench being banned away from Vink. Third and final ban for Noxian Crusade is going to be... It's going to be a Shen. Third and final ban for Solari is more than likely going to be maybe the Draven again.
The Draven was so dominant, I would be really surprised if they didn't ban it.
Maybe this is Zed.
Well, yeah, this is Zed ban. They're leaving
The Draven up again.
open and they just instantly first pick it again.
Maybe they're picking the Leona this time.
Completely obliterated by a Draven and they just don't ban it. But there is a category on speedrun.com that's called the fastest lose in League of Legends. And I feel like not banning Draven against this team is how you do that.
Very true. Very, very true. But the Vayne is going to be locked in, so it's Titus's Vayne versus Dalaran's Draven.
Oh, that's going to be a very interesting bot lane matchup.
So it's interesting to say the least. I'm not really sure how the matchup goes there.
I feel like Draven just outranges the Vayne, honestly.
Yep, true. But the Leona is going to be picked away from...
Are we going to see another Season 6 bot lane? With the Thresh being picked here?
Surely it has to be something aggressive. The Braum, I was going to say, is it the Braum? And it is the Braum being picked out here. So the Braum is going to go over my arch here this time. Lee Sin is going to be picked up again for Morlord. Played very well last game on that. See what Solari reply with this time. See what Ready XD's fancy him playing in the jungle if they decide to opt for the jungle pick here. The Xin Zhao has been picked up for Solari. So Xin Zhao is the return. Not a bad matchup in the jungle there. First ban of the second rotation is going to be the Scion away from Vink. The Corki is being banned away from Lisk. The Cassio and the Akali are the two final bans of this series. The two final bans of the entirety of CoraL of this split. Silas is going to be picked up again for Solari. Well, it was Solari last time. No, it was Noxian Crusade last time. I stand mistaken, I'm sorry. Silas being picked up for Solari. Good takeaway, to be honest here. Not too many amazing ults you can steal. You have got the Bromel and the Lee Sin kick, but that's about it so far. Veigar ult is definitely a nice ult to steal. So we'll see who the final pick for Noxian Crusade is going to be. We saw the Veigar just being picked up just then.
I see the Veigar hovered here as well. That's a fun reverse Uno card when Silas takes the Veigar ult and just one-shots him.
Tryndamere being locked in there.
I'm getting very much the same vibes that I got from COS's draft last game from Noxian Crusaders. They do have the Braum to support the Draven and Veigar though, but they're very solo queuey again.
Yeah, definitely. But looking like I'm not gonna lie, I prefer Solari's draft here. I feel like it's more well-rounded, and they just have everything they need. If they have engaged from the Lee Sin or even the Braum or the Tryndamere, they have the Xin Zhao to use the challenge and can block a lot of damage coming from this Draven as well. You got the Leona for a spam of CC essentially. You got a Silas to steal for pretty important ultimates. You've got a Tryndamere ultimate, a Veigar ultimate, a Braum. Lee Sin's ultimate can be useful. And then Vayne's a hyper carry. Titus, who's known for being good at Vayne, and then Oriana as well is very useful with this Leona as well, Zoe. So I've got to say I definitely prefer Solari's draft here.
We are getting the lobby set up right now, and we're gonna be underway soon.
Here we are indeed. Oh, I need to... Never mind. I needed to do a poll, that's what I needed to do. Did that poll go out? Yes, it did. Awesome. Yep. Vote for who thinks going to win the 5th and final game of CoraL split. So you think it's going to, if Noxian Crusade and Exceed will come out on top, or if CRS will win their final game. Just gonna wait for people to lock it in the spectators layer.
I feel like they are doing the mental warfare here because they know that Titus is tired and tilted because he has to go to bed. So they're just delaying the picks here.
It's also annoying me though, because I've got to be put like 5:45.
Also the way they didn't end last game and Vink just dived the turret instead.
Yeah. My Archie, you're in chat, please lock in and pick stuff, because I've got to be put 5:45. Otherwise I'm not streaming the game. You can't stream without me. It's 1 AM for Titus at the moment. Wow. Where's Titus from?
He is from Titus country.
I love that.
Why do you love it? It was like the worst half joke ever.
Because I'm tired, Zoe, okay? And that's why.
You need to stop giving me credit. I'm just tired, Zoe.
It's okay, because tired Zoe vibes with tired Hampy.
I have the worst humor when I'm tired.
Yeah, I just laugh at anything when I'm tired.
You know, my favorite tired humor, like my favorite tired video of all time.
Got there in the end.
Super badly produced video that's called How Animals Eat Their Food.
Oh yes, 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 yes.
You
And
seen it?
the dude with the rhino, and he runs into the box, and
The
yeah,
rhino is my favorite.
yeah.
The sound he makes, he goes like,
Yeah, that
it's
one.
so much fun.
Yeah, it's great. And then the lizard one as well, when he just plants on the wall. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Classic video. See, guys, this is what you get when both casters are tired. We're just gonna chat shit. All right.
We're at least not gonna do Atomic Castell and talk about Nazi leaders again.
We've
promise.
nearly been streaming for 4 hours, guys. All right. So, give us a break. He's from Lithuania. Isn't that like Eastern European time, which is like 2 hours ahead, isn't it? Yeah.
I mean, 2 hours ahead of you, yeah.
Ahead of me, yeah, because I'm GMT.
Ahead of you, yeah.
I'm British in it.
On a cup of tea.
Shut up, Zoe. I'm gonna fight you when I see you.
A bottle of water.
A bottle of water. It's Tuesday, innit?
When I read books before, I used to read books out loud a lot, and we used to joke. No, not joke.
Yoke.
Joke about a British accent. We were like, over there in the grass.
See, I don't know one person that sounds like that. Genuinely.
Yeah.
But then again,
I mean, most people that I know from Britain don't sound like that at all.
No, I mean, I'm from up north, so that's why I don't sound like that.
Most of the people I know are from up north, except like Joe.
Yeah, but it's from the Midlands, which doesn't exist.
Yeah.
So you got to choose a side, north or south.
I think it's like Joe is the southernmost friend I have in Britain.
I think Cal
And
is.
then-
Cal's pretty southern as well. Cal's like, for me, Cal's like born, I think.
Oh, I know a guy from London actually.
Oh, there you go. Midlands doesn't exist, Preston. Pick a side.
But except London, it's like I know a guy in Leicester.
Oh.
I know people from Whitehaven. And then you guys.
And then those guys.
Yeah.
East for the win. I lived in Plymouth when we met. Oh, that is... Plymouth is very south.
Yeah, because you were in uni, right? I like how we're not even talking about the game.
No, who gives a shit? Does anyone want to come finish? Does anyone want to come finish your stream so I can go to bed?
Fair enough. I'm really looking forward to seeing this Tryndamere just being a sidling nuisance, really.
I mean, at least we're not going to get any wet noodle fights in the top lane, right? Because we've got Silas and Tryndamere, so it's not tank central.
But you know what, Hampy?
Mm-hmm.
It is actually time to get excited because this is the final game of Ocean League this season. Whoever wins this game will be the Ocean League champions.
Very true.
And we all know Ocean is not as important as River, but it's still a big deal.
Yeah, you tell him. You tell him, Zoe. Right, finally in game, guys. Game 5 of the Ocean League final. Will Noxian Crusade pull out a fantastic reverse sweep, or will Solari manage to finally win the last game and win the whole series? We'll be crowned champions. There we go. Vizid is hyped. We like to see it.
Now it's citing a Lil Dicky song as well. Oh, but we see the engage here, the flash Q coming out through the ball, the flash Q from the Lee Sin as well, and the flash from Vayne to get to safety. So there's a lot of flashes happening, but not quite enough action for my taste.
I think you're slightly ahead of me. I'm on 52, 3,
Oh,
4,
yeah.
5, 6,
6,
7, 8, 9, 1 minute. Yeah, cool. I think we're in sync now.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 1, 7.
8, 9, 10. 11.
Yep.
Everything cool. Yeah, I just pause for a second. Lovely.
But I think that Vigar got a stack from that. He has one ability on his passive.
Worth.
There is a big lead already.
I hope you guys enjoyed me and Zoe just counting. Because, you know. Maybe we should do a CoraL stream where we just count. Just send people to sleep. Like some ASMR counting.
ASMR counting to 1,000. And then, like, you gotta get the microphone as well, so you do one number on each side.
Oh, yes. Get a 360 mic.
Yeah.
Have you done that, like, the 360, like, experience thing on YouTube?
Yeah.
Have you done it before? When, like, the dude, like, knocks on the door behind you? It's scary, bro.
Yeah, for sure.
Do it like Mr. Beast. Bruh, no one can do it like Mr. Beast, Sab. There's going to be a fight in the top lane.
We haven't engaged in the top lane here. Tryndamere just slapping this Silas on the ass, really.
He likes to slap his bottom.
I would love to slap your bottom.
That's cute. Love to go to sleep, to be honest with you.
Oh, but Tryndamere tries to go in again, but Silas just jumps out. But now he jumps in with the chains. But Tryndamere is just slapping him with his big sword.
It's definitely not an innuendo, guys. Don't worry. So
Stop it. But the Leona E connects to Power Spike. The Q it goes down. No, the Leona E connects to Valor and the Q goes down as well. The Flash follow from Xin Zhao to get the first blood. And Braum is in trouble as well. The other kill going over to Vayne. And a 2-kill lead for the side of CRS already.
Fantastic pickup there, double kills in the bot lane. 1 kill important, they're going over to Titus on this Vayne as well. So CRS clearly showing that they can win this final and clearly trying to assert dominance. Titus is using his tired brain to go to bed early.
Yeah, and now the Lee Sin is skirmishing with the Xin Zhao here. But Xin Zhao is dealing too much damage. And now they fought over the crab and now they will just gentleman's handshake and walk away.
Yeah, I think Xin Zhao wins that fight in that situation unless Lee Sin can hold his Q for a little bit longer. Just Sin does a little bit more damage in the early game, I believe, if you can play it right.
Vink is bushwhacking here. Is he going to stop the back?
No.
Right, Suffix just cancelled his own back. But now Vink is going in, hitting the chicken slow, slapping Silas's ass, dealing a lot of damage, but Silas is just walking it out.
This Tryndamere is going to be a pain in the arse this game.
And right, Suffix hits the Brahmin shot.
He's not happy.
Clearly not happy about that Tryndamere molestation.
One thing to note right now, I've just realised, is Molod is a full 12 CS above this Xin Zhao right now.
Oh.
So there is a significant lead in the jungle in terms of farming right now. But one thing to note as well is that Molod did manage to pick up a double in the bot lane. So definitely not too much of a problem as of right now. But I feel like the Xin Zhao could be more useful in the late game if this Lee Sin can't snowball.
Yeah, definitely. You're the king of jungle matchups, so you know that way better than I do.
Yeah, I mean, it's just very dependent on whether Lee Sin can get the correct kicks right. Whether Lee Sin can manage to pull off some very nice insect plays, get onto the Vayne, but there's going to be engagement bot lanes,
on top of the Braum shield goes up, not quite managing to get the stun off, but the flash stun coming off now. Vayne hitting the third shot, but the Braum stun going into the Leona, the E not quite connecting to the wall. Xin Zhao is here, but can't really do anything, and the kill goes over to the Draven.
I feel like that was a bit of miscommunication, right? Because we saw the Xin Zhao pathing towards bot lane. We saw Ready XD looking for a gank, but just as he starts to walk away, Power Spikes flashes in to stun that up, and definitely a bit of miscommunication there. But they're starting the Drake, but Molo's here as well.
Yeah, there's a fight here. Braum tanking a lot of damage with that E, but Molo and Ready trying to battle over this dragon. The Orianna ultimate takes down the Braum. The Lee Sin dies and the dragon is taken by the red team. Now Vink is going in on the Silas. I'm not sure if he actually ulted. He still has ult up. Ult goes down now. The flash from Silas, but the E follow from Tryndamere.
So
to get the kill.
Firstly, fantastic ult by Lisk in that dragon fight. Did everything he could to possibly deny Noxian Crusader that dragon. Then really well played. But back to the top lane fight. What Vink did was pretty impressive actually. So Vink went up and attacked a couple of minions, and just he knew he was close to 6, got 6, and then looked for the engage again, flashed in, a couple of auto attacks, ult, and he was free a kill basically. So really well played by Vink to recognise his level bar and notice how close he's to level 6 there.
Definitely a well-educated play. He's been watching some skill cap videos for sure.
Definitely been reviewing them. So it's looking like this game is a little bit closer this time. There's only a 400 gold lead to the side of Crescent Solari right now.
How about the Trinity tries to go in here, E's and hits the chicken slow, but that's a very random E from Right Suffix. We'll see another slow going in the top lane, the Trinity eat in, but then the directed camera shows bot lane instead.
Yeah, it's looking like just one. Sorry, my cat moved my mouse then, guys. So you'll have just seen the screen move weirdly.
Poppy wants to cast. Poppy wants to cast.
Poppy does want to cast. But yeah, it's looking like this game's slowed down a little bit. But there is a Xin Zhao hovering around this bot lane right now, so there could see a gank coming off.
Could very well see a lane gank happening here. The bomb is dangerously close to the bush. Has no idea that Reddy is in there. And Lee Sin is also moving for this bot lane gank here, so this is going to be a hell of a fight. As Bram goes in, but here's a sudden Sinsar from the bush sandwiching in the blue team. Leona goes down, but so does Draven. Now Sinsar is in on the Braum. The Lee Sin goes down. The Sinsar flashes away. Tita stuck here with the Braum. But the Lee Sin managing to take Tita's down with the shutdown.
You are ahead of me again somehow.
How?
I don't know. I am at 8:37, 38,
What?
39. Yeah, I don't know how how you're ahead.
How am I 14 seconds ahead of you?
I don't know, man. Do you want to pause?
Okay.
Or do you want me to
Yeah,
catch up?
I'm pausing at 9, so tell me when you're 9-0.
Okay, we'll do. Yeah, I had no idea you're so far ahead. Unpause. During that though, there was a nice little fight in the mid lane. Turler ran in with the Predator to try and engage on Lisk, but Lisk hit a fantastic shockwave and just avoided the stun from the cage as well. So really well played there, but there was unfortunately a kill. Vink is going to try engage into Rise Suffix here, but it's not going to be anything coming of it. He's just going to E away.
What time are you on now?
9:25, 6,
25, okay.
7, 8, 9.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
I was
Fighting top
Elise
lane.
going in with the Q, hitting the slow as well. Tryndamere is on the chase as well. The attempted insect from Lisa, not doing quite enough damage, but something managing to take Sinsar down. Now Tryndamere is tanking the turret, has the ult there, tries to deal enough damage, and gets out, manages to heal. A clean dive coming from Vink and Molode.
Yeah, really well played. Molo and Vink are doing a lot of damage in this game currently. I mean, especially Vink on this Tryndamere. Didn't fully understand the pick, to be honest. I got the idea of trying to just be a nuisance like the Scion was before, so I guess that was the plan behind it. Clearly worked in that game, so...
But the Leona was hitting Braum and Draven, the flash stun on the Draven as well. But the stun hitting Titus as well. Both AD carries going down, and now we have supportal combat in the bot lane. Leona deciding to get out of it, goes in for the stun again. The Braum hits the Q. The W from Leona dealing some damage to the Braum. Are any of them going to go in again? Are they big ballsy enough? The penguin dab coming from Braum. The BM. But no, nothing's going to happen. The supportal combat was weak.
I feel like Braum wins that just because he's passive alone, right?
Yeah, I think he does.
Yeah.
And the Vigar he had in the bush as well.
Yeah.
And now Brown trying to steal the crab with his Q. Molo looking very attracted here. The Q hitting on Xin Sao. Draven taking that cheeky plant over the wall. The Vega stun going down. Sin just chilling inside the circle. The Lee Sin Q connects. The Silas takes the Lee Sin. No, the Viger ultimate. That's going to be very dangerous now if someone ever gets low. And Sierra's starting up the dragon here, looking to take it. No real contestation from Noxian Crusade. And it's just a free dragon for CRS. And we have a Hex Take Riff. No, Hex Cage Rip.
It is a Hex Tech this time. Finally seeing the gates coming out, which is really nice difference to all this time. It's going to be engaging
And
the
we
top
see
line.
a fight here. The Lee Sin hitting the Q manages to deal a lot of damage. The Silas not getting Lee Sin low enough to use the ultimate. A free kill for the Lee Sin as Tryndamere takes down the turret in top lane. And now Lee Sin is looking to drop the Shelly down in mid lane. We see a potential engage in bot lane now, just some exchange of arrows. And we see a good Orion ultimate with a lot of damage, bringing Viger very low. Not quite enough to kill him though.
No, not quite enough just yet though. Looking like Noxian Crusade are taking a lead in this game now. They're sitting just around 4k gold ahead. There's going to be an engage though from Ready XE onto Mayachi, but nothing's going to come of it. Just looking to pressure him off his vision, pressure him off the ward. They've managed to kill it. There's a pink being taken again, looking like just Noxian Crusade, Solari trying to assert dominance on the vision here and just trying to get as much as they possibly can. I guess their saving grace is that they do have Titus on this vein, so looking to try and get him fed right now.
Being the late game contingency that Titus likes to be on these hyper-scaling characters. And we see definitely more of a slow game this game. I'm not sure if they've drafted this way or if the teams are getting nerves now and don't really like have the balls to go for big plays. But definitely a slower game at least.
I think it's just a case of because it's the final game, right?
Yeah.
Looking like that's clear the reason why.
I mean, both teams have very good scaling options, so I feel like a slow, drawn-out game doesn't really benefit one team more than the other. So still, any man's game. As we see an engagement in the mid lane here, the ultimate going down, but the perfect signal to block the damage. Veigar ult and Draven ult used. Now, are they going for an engagement in the bot lane? We see Vink here getting on top of the Vayne. The Leona manages east down. The good Leona slow, but the Insta going in. The Q connecting on top of Titus. A good Oriana ultimate. The Lee Sin goes down. The shutdown going over to Oriana. And very good peeling from Oriana there to save Titus.
Yeah, did really, really well there, and I think that's kind of the goal realistically here, is try to peel for the Vayne, try and make sure you can get a good shockwave off as well, and if they can manage to pull it off Solari, they're very much within a good chance of winning this final.
Oh, but Ready XD here with fighting
that's what you get for BMing.
Gets the BM shutdown under the turret.
Yeah, you can't BM like that. You deserve to die for that one, in my opinion, Zoe.
Yeah, for sure. Dalaran also deserves to die some for the GG
Yeah. Maybe so.
I'm not an impartial caster. I have opinions.
Did Oriana get that? I think she did, didn't she?
I'm not sure.
I think she did.
I'm not streaming. I'll go check. She does have a red buff.
She does, yeah. So yeah, game's slowing down now, but Titus is sitting close-ish to a second item. We take a look at the individual gold. And there's not much to differentiation right now. Realistically, I'd probably say the jungle and the top lane is where the big differences are clearly right now. Especially in the top lane, right? You've got nearly 2,500 gold difference there, so that's clearly the issue at the moment. Is a Tryndamere, but pretty much she's just going to be looking to just split push 95% of the game.
The Lee Sin Q connects, but he's not deciding to take it. Going in on a Leona would just be disastrous, honestly. Just having a posturing over the dragon here, but the Braum ult hits 3 people. The Lee Sin goes into the backline. The Draven ult hits a lot of people. Vede is taking a lot of damage, getting taken down by the Vigar. But Titas is hitting freely in the backline. Not anymore because people are dabbing on him. Silas taking down the Tryndamere. Lisk goes airborne, gets stuck in the Vigar cage. Titas is a slow from Braum. And the Vigar gets a quadra kill. And Rice Suffolk's still alive. Is he going to donate the Penta though?
That is
Vigar is going for it. Vigar is out for blood.
Nah, he's not going to go for it just
not
yet.
Enough.
It's not enough. But that is absolutely huge for Turler there. Managed to pick up a quadra kill and gets himself fully on the board with 4 kills. Just realised that before that fight, within, 15 minutes, the guy had no assists, no kills.
No
deaths. Now he has 4 kills. So
the
doing
most in the game together with Lee Sin.
So Taylor is now a very, very big yordle right now, managing to pull off a quadra kill there. So will be a big threat towards especially the Orianna, the Silas, and anyone who's a squishy character, especially Titus. Titus is going to be a bit worried at this point. Has got the shield bow, so just have the slight little shield that will get from that. So that will definitely come in handy.
But the Leona E-connecting to the Draven, the almost anti-synergy there with the Vayne knocking the Draven out of the Leona ultimate, but knocks him into the wall so he gets stunned anyways. As we see blue stuff is going in on Turler here, the Vigar cage going down, but the Vigar ultimate being used against him to score a kill for the Silas.
Yeah, Silas managed to pick up a massive shutdown there as well. That's 700 gold in the pockets of Silas now, which is incredible for Rise Suffix right now. So really well played there. And yeah, Solari are bringing this game back slowly, Zoe. It's not there just yet, but they are slowly bringing about this game. Like, the goal difference is getting closer, Titus is getting stronger, the rest of the carries, Rise Suffix and Lisk are getting stronger, so this game is going to come down to an important team fight.
Yeah, for sure, as Shelly goes down in the mid lane, Red Eye and Lisk trying to support it. The turret goes down, and Shelly goes down. And everyone was a little bit sad because Shelly died for the last time this CoraL season.
No. Sad.
Now we've had a silent minute for Shelly, and it's time to get back in the game.
Yeah, sorry, I'm falling asleep here.
It was a very short minute.
I'm falling asleep here.
Yeah, understandable. We have kind of a standoff right now. Neither team really looking to do anything. There are no objectives up, really. So that's kind of an understandable game state. But it does look like CRS are looking for something here because they're grouped up near the middle of the lane. And Tryndamere and Vigar off lane, and they're kind of losing some XP mid by just being grouped up like this. Now, they're posturing towards the Baron, maybe just to get a kill on the 2 carries in top lane here.
Yeah, looking like they're trying the best to make sure they can get whatever they can onto any of their carriage right now. I was trying to make sure they can pull back this lead realistically. Vink's looking for an engage onto Lisk, but nothing's going to come of it. Lisk spotted him out and noticed his devious plan. You're not sighing anymore, Vink. You can't knock up from bush.
That was a few games ago now.
Yeah.
Get over yourself. But Trinidad's actually going to the die here, hitting some big crits. This flashes away, but there's just no chance to get away from this Tryndamere.
Yeah, I mean, just kind of shows the power of Tryndamere onto squishes when he gets a couple of items and gets some crit behind him. It can clearly be a menace to deal with, and he has the Gale Force as well, that extra little dash, so which can just help with chasing down or even escaping, really. But I'm kind of feeling that Vink's going to be the sole focus of this game in terms of just being a nuisance like he was in the Scion.
Yeah, and Tryndamere just has so much cross-map pressure that you can't really just send one person against him, because then he just ults you and you die. Well, ults fights you and you die. And when that is a fact, then your sideline pressure is just so obnoxious to play against.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Definitely. Sorry, I'm just I just can't focus. I'm sorry.
I understand completely. It has been a long day.
I'm just thinking about the fact that I've got to be up in 6 hours. No, 7. 7 hours sleeping bad.
6 hours is like 2 whole sleep cycles, so that's fine. As we see that Tryndamere is getting caught out here, but Molo going straight into the middle of the enemy team, gets stunned, gets knocked up, gets taken down by Sinsao. Brown trying to block as much damage as he can, flashes away. The flash QE from Leona, the Vigor catch going down to stun the Leona going down to Draven, and now Solari are on the retreat. Tyrellur and Dalaran are really looking to catch something out here. Not quite fast enough, and now Solari are moving back. They are hungry for this kill because they don't want to give the dragon for free. The Vigor zoning cage goes down. The flash kill on the steal on the dragon. Ready goes in, gets taken down. Vayne also dies, but the Silas gets the kill on top of the Draven. Silas is still out for blood. Silas is still hungry. Misses the E. Turns back for a second, but decides to go back in. Decides to go out again. The zoning Vigor cage managing to keep them safe. Silas still looks like he's out for blood. He goes in. The very sexy pose in the Sonias gets rooted by the Everfrost and taken down by the Lee Sin Q.
Absolutely bonkers. Absolutely bonkers. Managed to pull off something incredible there. Managed to pull off a really nice engage back onto the dragon. Managed to get a very nice pick up a Drake as well, which is super useful. Denies them of the soul as well. So very, very nicely played there. Sorry, denies them. Puts them in soul point, sorry.
Champy, did you know you can buy followers, primes, and viewers on U2, u.2/UAH something?
Yeah, if there's a mod in the chat, please please delete that message and ban him. Thanks. If Preston's in the chat, then if Preston is. Or if Preston's...
Preston is sleepy.
Preston's dead. Yeah, I definitely feel like this game's going to be decided by a big team fight.
But the Silas is going in there, misses the Everfrost, but hits the chain. The Tryndamere is slapping. Yeah, can you please ban the It's Mystic guy who's trying to advertise, Preston?
And delete his message as well, please.
Yeah. And we see the Vigor cage going down. The Sinsao is getting caught. The Leona ultimate going down. The Bomb ultimate going down as well. Knocking up a lot of people. Molot going down, but Power Spike is also dangerously low. The Trinda ultimate goes down. Manages to take down the Leona. But now the Tryndamere goes down to the Vayne as well. With a double kill to the Tryndamere. And a kill to Titas.
And it's a 3 for 3. And... Sorry, 3 for 3 left. Sorry, 2 for 2 in total. And it's just a mental game. There's no real leader here in these team fights. There's no one pulling away and coming out on top realistically, and if it's any lead, it's a small victory for either team, and it's going to be interesting. And I'm telling you, we've just got to wait for a big objective fight, and it's going to really change the tides of this game. The E.
But the E not quite connecting. The Draven getting a lot of movement speed from Oriana. but it's not enough as he gets rooted and taken down by right suffix. This Silas is really being a dominant factor in this game.
Yeah, I mean, Rise Suffix is clearly doing a lot on this Silas right now. Turned out to be a really good pick for him currently.
Did I say this Rice?
I said
Oh my
Rise, didn't I?
God.
What did I
said
say?
Rice. I was just lucky that his name is Rice. I would
Yeah.
just like said Rice for the champion.
I completely
As we see.
didn't even realise, dude.
Baron fight. They started off the Baron getting poked down by this Braum, but they're adamant. They're committed. They want to finish this Baron. And now Lee Sin jumps in, kicks people away, but gets knocked around like a ping pong ball and just taken down. And now Braum is taking so much damage, gets taken down as well. Reddy is chasing this Vigar, but gets rooted and gets stunned. And now the Baron went over to CRS, and now they're backing to reset the gold.
Yeah, it was unfortunate. I saw Morlord's idea, tried to queue in, kick the Zins out of the pit, so he could secure the Dragon, so he could secure the Baron and steal it. But I'm just surprised that Sora Trinidad die that quickly in the bot lane.
But here we have ADC combat. Draven getting knocked into the wall, and Tita's getting out on top of that one.
It's just 1v1 to cross the map.
Yeah.
I think Vink died with ultimate.
This is looking like a solo queue game, honestly.
Yeah, I think Vink died with his ultimate up.
Oh, that's a big oof.
But I'm not sure. Could have just come up, but it looked like it. But Drake is spawning soon, 30 seconds, the next Hex Gate. It does mean it will be sold for Solari if they can pick this one up. So we'll see. This could be a really important fight here, Zoe, and could be the important fight I was talking about. It's a really nice pick, though, onto Turler, and he's going to fall very instantly. Rise Suffix picking up yet another kill, and Power Spact is doing a very, very good job on this Leona this time.
And now they have Drake coming up, and Vigar is off the board. This is looking very favorable for Solari. Might be able to pick up the Dragon Soul here, and Hextech Dragon Soul might not be as busted as the Chemtech one, but it's still a lot of damage.
Yeah, it really is a lot of damage here. And it's looking like Solari are finally going to bring a lead close, and the goal difference is getting closer and closer. Just sitting under 1,000 gold basically now, so the goal lead has dropped drastically at this point. So be interesting to see if they can bring that back even further. But I think it's all come down to the fact that the team fighting correctly, Zoe.
Yeah, for sure. Solari just has a very powerful team fight. They're behind in gold, but they manage to get the fights. They get the important fights, and they get the objectives because of it.
Yeah, it's looking like it's going to be another just all based on objectives. Realistically, I feel that's what both teams are waiting for here.
Yeah.
So we'll see who's going to win the final real soon. 29 minutes into the game, Soul Point is up. Soul is gone towards Solari. It's getting closer and closer, but with the Soul up now, Solari are the stronger team. They do also have the Baron as well. No, they don't have the Baron, sorry. They have the Soul as well. They've got the Vayne sitting on 3 items. So it's gonna be really interesting to see if they can actually pull this back.
Yeah, we see Solari really posturing together here as a 5-man. They're looking to have a big fight and really close this out. Going Team Cataclysm style.
Yeah, I mean, they're the stronger force right now. They've got the Leona ult, they've got the Shockwave as well. Morlord is looking for an engage, looking to maybe try find a flank, but don't know if anything's going to come for it.
The Sal is going in, hitting the Braum ultimate on top of the Braum. The Braum just not allowed to move, gets taken down here. Now Titas is out for blood. Leon hitting the E but gets cancelled. Now the Draven ultimate taking a lot of damage. Ready going in, getting kicked under the turret, gets taken down instantly by the Vigar R. And now Solari trying to run away. The Lee Sin Q connects, and the triple stun from the Vigar going and dealing a lot of damage. Lee Sin getting the shutdown on top of the Orianna. The blast gun is being used to retreat from this fight. And meanwhile, Trinamere is just pushing top lane, getting a turret. Now Silas misses the E on top of the Vigar, very low here, just gets hit by a Q and gets taken down. But here Vink is just split pushing the enemy tier 3 base. And now we see Molode going in for the 1v2 here, getting stunned, getting completely taken down by Titus. But meanwhile, Wink is just destroying the red side base, taking down the inhibitor, now going to reconvene with Turaler in the mid lane to take down this turret as well. So Solari may have... No, they lost the fight actually, never mind. And just loses towers and inhibs all over the map. A great play from Noxian Crusade.
I feel like Solari just got a little bit too greedy there. They saw the victory in their eyes and they just didn't really understand the fact that Noxian Crusade can still very much turn the fight, especially with that Vigar hitting some very important cages. Turler hit some really nice stuns there and just prevented them from pushing further and further. And they've got to bear that in mind, is that like Turler is very much a massive threat in this game.
Yeah, for sure. It's like it's very even, I feel like, because Crusaders have a 4k gold lead, but Solari has a soul. And I feel like that... I don't know the exact like gold value of having a dragon soul.
I'm not sure.
It's definitely an interesting dynamic.
Yeah, I mean, I think if Solari play this fight right, they can win the game off it, but then at the same time, I honestly think whoever wins this fight wins the game if it's an ace.
Yeah, for sure.
But there is a Vigar
we're
bot
seeing
lane.
them posturing around this Baron now, while Tyrell on the Vigar is chilling in the bot lane trying to go for the split map pressure.
Does he have
The Q
TP?
connects, but he's not going to go... he does have TP up, I think, yeah, if I see that icon correctly.
My fucking icon's black, so I can't see it currently.
Like, they either have to pick a fight or they have to send someone to the Vigar. Now they're starting up the Baron to try and make a play happen. The teleport from the Vigar is going down. The Braum stun connects, the Leona stun connects on 2 people, 2 gold, and right away the Tryndamere is in the middle of the fray. The Silas taking the Tryndamere, that's going to be huge. The Tryndamere going down. Noxian Crusader obliterating CRS right now. Molode on the hunt, but goes in a little bit too far and gets taken down. The Silas is now out for blood with the Tryndamere, still takes a lot of damage from the Vigar combo there. Decides to go after this Vigar. Backs off, so it's a 3-for-2 exchange in the favor of Noxian Crusade right now.
Well, Rise Suffix nearly managed to pull off a miracle there for Solari and nearly managed to turn that fight completely, but it's unfortunate. It was a good effort with the TP, but Solari jumped straight onto it and the Zhonya's was there just to save him from dying instantly. But the Elder Soul is coming up. Both junglers are currently dead, but Ready XD is up a lot quicker. Now with a Hex Gate, you can get there a lot quicker as well, but they do have a Vigar there, so maybe they can prevent them from getting it. But Vink is also here and does a lot of damage, so it's going to be a fight to change to win the game if this Elder Drake gets picked up. Can Solari pick it up? Can Noxian Crusade pick it up? It'll change the game entirely. Lee Sin now, Molode is looking for an engage. He's looking to get into this pit. Can he make the steal? Leona's going in and in.
Leona's going in, not hitting the ultimate, but on the other side of the fight, Braum is taking a lot of damage, thanking for his team. The Braum ult from the side is going in, but Draven doing a lot of damage to the side. The side goes gold, and Vick is on the back line, popping the ultimate to survive. Braum goes down, Molode is in the middle of the enemy team going down as well. The Dollar on the Draven goes down, and Titas gets a triple kill, and Solari just taking it back in the very last team fight of the game, most likely, as they're acing them, and now they're going to try and finish the game.
I think they can just finish the game here. 25 seconds, 15 seconds on a timer, 20 seconds on Lee Sin. just over 20 seconds on the Vigard. They have a small wave, but they also have a Leona. They have a Zinzao. Zinzao's just going to tank the towers here and look to engage. The TP's coming in from Oriana. Can they finish the game? Can they win the final? They're looking for it. Braum is up now. Draven's coming up real soon. The Ego's onto Braum, looking to finish the game. Titus is just attacking the tower as much as possible. Zinzao's attacking as well. Can they end it? It's getting closer and closer.
They're coming here and they're trying to prevent it from happening. The Sims are popping the ultimate to try and insect this, but it's not going down. Titus manages to clean it up, and Noxian Crusade, no, never mind. CRS, Crescente, Solari, winning the last team fights, winning the last game, winning the CoraL season, and are the Ocean champions.
They are indeed. Sorry, I meant open my WoW by accident.
You've just been playing WoW this entire time.
No, I haven't. I'm just dead. I don't think I'm ever going to play WoW either.
We can't ask for a more exciting series, really. A 5-game series, a nail-biter of a 5th game, decided in the very last team fight.
Yeah, absolutely. Congratulations to Solari, fantastic game. Really, really well played, and it was a really fun series to watch. And commiserations to Noxian Crusade, but you played a valiant game and it was really, really well played. But yeah, that is going to be us, guys. We'll be restarting the season. You'll get an announcement hopefully the next couple of weeks letting you know about when the season's going to restart and stuff. And we'll see you guys for the next split. So thank you very much for joining us, and thank you, Zoe, for being my beautiful co-caster.
Thank you for casting with me. It was fun.
And that's us, guys. Peace.